Good morning. Today is Tuesday, October 11th, 2016. It is 10 a.m. It is my pleasure to call to order the Tennessee Department of Commerce and Insurance Board of Funeral Directors and Embalmers. Miss Lisa Mosby, would you please call the roll?
Dennis Bridges.
Here.
Mark Carthron.
Here.
Robert Davis.
Here.
Jeff Duffer.
Here.
Robert Helms.
Here.
David Neal.
Here.
Charles Rahm.
Here.
Mr. President, all board members are here and accounted for.
Thank you, Miss Mosby. Moving on to the agenda.
Motion to approve the agenda as presented. Second.
Motion by Mr. Rahm, a second by Mr. Helms. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Now on to the formal hearing with Administrative Law Judge Leonard Pogue.
Today is October 11th, 2016. This is a hearing conducted by the Tennessee Board of Funeral Directors and Embalmers, which will consider the case of V.E. Parham and Son Funeral Home and Virgil Parham III, docket number 12.21-136334A. I'm Leonard Pogue, Administrative Law Judge, who will preside over this matter. I'll make all rulings regarding the order of proceedings, admissibility of evidence, and questions of law under the authority granted me by the Tennessee Administrative Procedures Act, but I will not participate in the findings of fact or the ultimate decision of the board. Those decisions will be made by the board members, who at this time I would ask to introduce themselves to the record.
Robert Davis.
Robert Helms.
David Neal.
Mark Cochran.
Charles Rahm.
Dennis Bridges.
Jeff Duffer.
Counsel, if you all will identify yourselves to the record, please.
Dennis Gregory for the agency.
David Grimmett for the respondent, Mr. Parham.
Thank you. Members of the board are reminded that during the time this hearing is conducted, no discussion concerning this case between board members and witnesses, attorneys, other board members, or other persons should take place outside of the hearing unless all parties are present. The board during the hearing sits as a jury and must only consider evidence introduced at the hearing. The Sunshine Law requires all board discussions and deliberations to be in public before all parties. Failure to comply could result in the board's action being reversed or remanded if appealed to court. All right, Mr. Gregory, do you have notice of the hearing to pass to the board members?
I do, Your Honor. I'm sure that I have enough copies. Copies of. I've got a copy we can run for the entire board.
Board, while he's making those copies, that's for you to take a look at and make sure there's no conflicts involved. And so when you get copies, if you'll just take a moment and read over it. Members of the board, now that you've had a chance to review the notice of hearing and charges, I would remind you that the law requires you to disclose on the record any outside knowledge of this case or any communications, written, verbal, or otherwise, from any of the parties concerning this case. In the course of this hearing, there will be an opportunity for you to question the witnesses that testify. You should limit your questions to those that will develop evidence relevant to the factual allegations in the notice of hearing and charges. Relevant evidence is defined as evidence having any tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. You should expression of opinions you may have until the board deliberates. The state has a burden of proof, so the state will present its evidence first. The respondent will then be given the opportunity to present evidence. You should not draw any conclusions until all the proof has been submitted. Listen openly to all proof, no matter by whom it is submitted. The technical record in the matter. A notice of hearing and charges was filed on March 9th, 2016. Pre-hearing order. Filed on June 24th, 2016. Order of continuance. Notice of witness and exhibit list by the state filed on September 13th, 20.
No.
All right, counsel, do you all want the rule?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any witnesses who are going to testify in this matter, you will have to leave the room and wait outside. Do not discuss your testimony or any of the exhibits before or after you testify. When you need to be called as a witness, someone will come and get you.
Your Honor, and this may be something we need to talk about with Mr. Grimmett. Our agency representative, he'll also testify. He remain in the
Then. Opening statements, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. First of all, members, sorry about not having those notice of hearing charges prepared for you earlier. Just to cut right to the chase, this is a case about a funeral home. Whether or not that the funeral director on a particular day complied with an annual inspection. You will hear evidence from the inspector who will testify to, you expect to testify, that he attempted to do an inspection and maybe partially completed that inspection, but was removed from the premises, or removed himself from the premises as he could not get along with the funeral director. During part of that visit, the inspector was able to determine that there were certain violations, rule violations primarily, and some statutory violations dealing with casket price list, general price list, and just sort of the general records of the funeral home, death certificates and what kind of order they were kept in, next thing you're going to hear, of course, is sort of about the emotional exchange between the inspector and Mr. Parham. That will be somewhat telling as you make your deliberations at the conclusion of that. Please, I ask you to listen to what the inspector has to say, listen to what agency rep, Mr. Gribble, who will testify only briefly, has to say, and would welcome any questions if you have any. At the end of this, state is going to ask that you consider very seriously the revocation of the establishment license and the individual license for the director. So we ask that you pay close attention and deliberate thoughtfully. Thank you.
Gentlemen of the board, my name is David Grimmett. I represent Mr. Parham and the Parham Funeral Home in this case. As you can see from the notice of charges, we're dealing with 7 different allegations, but really it comes down to 2 different factual issues. Now, usually in these cases, there's either one of 2 different defenses. The first defense is, I didn't do it, you can't prove I did it, therefore, let me go. Second defense is, I did it, I'm sorry I did it, and I'll make sure that it never happens again. Now, in this particular case, we're going to be primarily dealing with the second defense. Mr. Parham is going to admit that he does not keep good records. Mr. Parham is also going to admit that there was a conflict of personalities between he and the investigator on July 29th, 2015. But the facts are also going to show that on August 10th, 2015, the investigator came up for a follow-up, and Mr. Parham was able to give some records at that time. Now, since that time, we're going to be dealing with a lot of things. We're going to be dealing with the price list. And y'all know far more about these rules than I do. I know the price list has to meet certain requirements, and it needs to have certain things in the price list. Well, on the day the inspector came out, Mr. Parham showed him a price list. And that particular price list said ABC Funeral Home. It does not say Parham and Son Funeral Home. Instead, it says ABC Funeral Home. And based on that, the state of Tennessee is going to claim that Mr. Parham is engaging in unfair or deceptive acts. That's the very first allegation they have. They're also going to claim that he failed to comply with any rules of the board, and he's guilty of immoral or unethical behaviors. Now, we're going to argue that he tried to do his best to give the right information to his clients. The evidence will show that in 2014 and 2015, he only had done 8 different cases, 8 different burials. This is not a large funeral home. This is a very, very small funeral home, and primarily Mr. Parham is living off of Social Security. Now, I don't want you to feel sorry for him. The reason why I bring that up is because that's one of the reasons why he's dealing with the business that he's dealing with. It's a small funeral home. He doesn't really focus on records, but now this is a wake-up call for him. And we want to make sure that we are compliant with this board's rules from here on out. But that's no reason to revoke his license. We would ask that be dismissed, or at the very least, that some sanctions be enforced, such as monetary sanctions, but certainly not revocation.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory, you can call your first witness.
Our state calls Jimmy Keezy.
Right over to that chair, Mr. Keezy. Raise your right hand. Affirm that testimony you're about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You are Jimmy Keezy,
Yes,
and what do you do?
I'm the field representative inspector for the funeral board.
And what specifically, what are those?
An overall inspection of the funeral home, the price list, overall.
How long have you been an inspector?
13 years.
And where primarily do you conduct your
We, ever so often, we change territories, so I have covered the whole state.
Do you have a specific geographic area in the last few years you focused on?
Now I go up to Huntington west, and I go up to Tellico Plains east on that side.
And funeral homes that you inspect, are they, did you inspect them based on some direction given from Department of Commerce, Insurance, the funeral
Yes,
board?
yes, we've got an inspection report, guidelines that we go by.
Did you ever conduct an inspection at V. Parham and Son Funeral Home?
Yes, more than one occasion.
Let's just talk about the one specifically in July of 2015. First of all, do you recall conducting an inspection on or about that date?
I can't remember whether I did another inspection that day. I'm sure I did. I'd have to look back, but he was on the list for that day.
Okay. And where is that funeral home located?
Springfield, Tennessee.
Had you ever been there before?
Yes.
What do you recall about that inspection? That particular day. I'm not talking about any previous ones, but just the one from July 2015.
Well, I got there and went in, and of course, Mr. Parham, he invited me in. We went in. I asked him for the general price list, the casket price list, the outer burial container price list. There was no casket price list that was there that he could offer, nor outer burial container price list. The price list that he gave me had several violations. A lot of prices were missing, disclosures, effective date, and I told Mr. Parham, I said, you know, this is not right, but we'll sit down and, you know, I'll help you. We'll kind of go over it. We'll figure it out, and, you know, I'll help you with it. So
Let me just stop you right there before you go any further. I'm going to hand you a document.
Yes, it's our establishment inspection report.
And you know specifically, well, how do you know that's an inspection report? It may sound like a simplistic question, but how do you know?
Well, it's the one that we get from the State Board office, and one that's printed out for us to go by, and that's mainly what we look for,
Okay.
those items.
And that inspection report, is that, how long is that? Did you flip through there? Is it roughly 4 pages long?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And is this the one that you prepared the day you inspected V. Parham Son Funeral Home?
Yes.
Okay. And on the, that's on the page 4, I believe, concludes this establishment inspection report. And then there is another page entitled V. Parham Son Funeral Home General Price List. What is that?
That's the price list he gives out to the families when they come in for an arrangement conference.
Okay. So is that what you obtained the same day that you prepared this?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I'd like to move this document into evidence as State's Exhibit Number 1.
Exhibit 1 will be marked as an establishment inspection report dated 7/29/15, which also includes a price list of V.E. Parham and Son.
Your Honor, would you prefer that we wait before they deliberate to distribute this to the members, or would you prefer we do it now? Hey, Mr. Keezy, while we're on the topic of just documents, I'm going to hand you another document. 5 pages long. Can you identify what that is?
That's the casket price list.
And how do you know that? I mean, other than the fact it says at the top.
Now, this is a sample copy here of the one in the Federal Trade Commission book.
And where did that come from?
This one came out of the Federal Trade Commission rule book.
Okay.
Because it's got ABC Funeral Home at the top of it.
I see what he's talking about. I was confused because he said 5 pages.
Hey, did you receive one of these from Mr. Parham?
No, I did not.
Flip to the, what would be page 3. Here's at the top, it says V. Parham and Son Funeral Home, then it has an address. Can you tell me what that is?
Statement of Funeral Goods and Services Selected Contract.
Okay. Now, is that a standard form?
That's a standard form that we collected at that time, yes.
Now, flip to the next couple pages. I believe at the top it says Helly Northington. What is that?
That is a contract that was filled out when the arrangements conference was,
Where did that come from?
that came from the funeral home.
Okay. And it says were you given this by Mr. Parham?
I asked for some contracts. I think at first he was reluctant to give me any, and then he gave me 3. One of them was just a vanilla folder with nothing in it. One didn't have but the contract, Funeral Goods and Services Selected, and it was a cremation, no cremation authorization form in the file, no receipts, delivery release was in the, so that was the only thing in that form, in
And
that
if you
file.
flip to the final page, I believe it starts with compliments of V. Parham and Son. Can you identify what that is?
Well, it looks to me like it's the outer burial container price list, but it don't have that heading, and there's no effective date, and there's no prices but at the top, which is the concrete grave liner, $860. Rest of the prices are missing. Effective date is missing. The outer burial container, outer burial container price list heading, that's missing.
And where did this come from?
Again, it looks like one that came out of the Federal Trade Commission rule book with the Parham and Son Funeral Home, and the phone number added.
So if I understand you correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's a standardized booklet of some kind that a funeral director could take out these forms from and sort of conform them to or comport them to his or her funeral home. Okay. All right, this time I'd like to admit this 5-page exhibit as states exhibit number 2.
Marked. The collective exhibit 2, the first document is titled ABC Funeral Home Casket Price List. The next document is, next 3 documents are on V. Parham and Son Funeral Home letterhead. It'll be marked as exhibit 2. Gregor, why don't you give them a minute to look at that before you proceed with your questions?
Yes.
You may proceed, Mr. Gregory.
Mr. Keezy, you had began to talk about this earlier when we started talking about a few of these documents, but you said that you had, I believe you had sat down with Mr. Parham at the funeral home, is that correct? Correct. What happened after that?
Well, I tried to, I told him, I said, we'll just, if you just bear with me, we'll get it fixed. But as the inspection progressed along, he became somewhat irritated with that. So I felt like that I wasn't accomplishing anything, so I went outside and to call Mr. Gribble here at the State Board office to tell him what I had run into, and Mr. Parham then came out the door, was irritated. He said, I heard what you said about me. You were going to whip my butt. So Virgil, I didn't say that. So I tried to continually talk to Mr. Gribble, and he went back into the funeral home, got two little girls, came out, and he told them, you heard what this man said. He said he was going to whip my butt. Again, told him I didn't say that, and that I never said that. So
Let me ask you, what was Mr. Parham's demeanor during this? And what I mean by demeanor, was
he was very irritated. Just I don't have any qualms with Virgil. I've been there before, had worked with him. All the other inspectors have been there as well. Tried to work with him. I don't have any qualms with him, but he became more irritated, and so Mr. Gribble told me to leave. So I got in my car.
Were you able to complete then an inspection that day?
No.
At some point thereafter, did you return to the property?
Yes, we went back. I think it was either a week or 2 weeks after that.
And when you said we, who else?
One of the auditors went back with me.
What happened on that particular visit?
Well, he was rather, him and I think it was David that went with me, Mr. Brooks. Started talking to him. He was rather, pleasant with him, but he he of course be there, and so he slammed his hands down on the desk, like, just, I was there.
Now, did you leave the room and allow the auditor?
No, I just let Mr. Brooks and Virgil talk, mainly.
And how long were you there, you think? Did you all leave together? Did you prepare another? I know that we had admitted your inspection report from July 29th, 2015. You said this was a few weeks later, so this might have been in August of 15. Okay.
Need to say yes or no
Yes,
for the record.
yes.
And did you prepare another inspection report that day?
No, we did a memorandum, if I recall correctly.
And apologize for jumping around a little bit, but one of the state's allegations is that there were some discrepancies with death certificates that were pertaining to the funeral home. Do you remember seeing any death certificates? All right, Mr. Keezy, I think those are all the questions I have at the moment. Mr. Grimm may have a question.
Mr. Keezy, my name is David Grimmett. You and I have met before at the last hearing. I just have a few questions for you. My understanding is that you have previously come out to the Parham Funeral Home, correct?
Yes, over the years, yes.
How many times over the years have you been out to the Parham Funeral Home?
I've probably been out there 4 or 5 times.
Okay, 4 or 5 times, and in all that time, you have never filed any kind of allegations against Mr. Parham or the Parham Funeral Home, is that correct?
I worked with Virgil, he would, I'd say, now, tell Mr. Virgil, I'd say, I'm just here to help you. I'm not here, I'm not your enemy. I'm just here to help you. We'll do. And there were times that I could have written some violations, but I let it slide to see if he would get the things in order.
Now, I just want to understand, and I'm sure the board members understand, but I need to understand for the record. When you go out to a funeral home, do you have a checklist that you have to go through? And is that checklist part of Exhibit 2, or I'm sorry, Exhibit 1?
Yes.
And when you go through this, and I'm looking at the Funeral Rule Federal Trade Commission, page 2 of Exhibit 1. This is the checklist that you go through, is that correct? And this is the checklist that you go through every single time that you go
Correct.
to a funeral?
Correct.
Now, in this particular case, basically, like for instance, it says general price list, name, address, telephone number, acceptable, yes. Okay. Now, the general price list that he was showing to you at that time, is that what is attached to Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Grimmett, let him take a look at the exact exhibit so we make sure that we're all on the same page.
For the record, I'm showing the witness Exhibit 1.
Yes.
Now, I've showed you Exhibit 1, which is basically your investigation file, is that correct? Is that a yes?
Say yes or no for
Yes,
the record.
yes.
Okay. Now, here we have the general price list towards the back. Do you see that?
Right.
Okay, and I see a bunch of circles all throughout the general price list. Do you see those circles?
There's no, yes.
Okay, now, are those circles, are those made by you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, here, you are accusing Mr. Parham of, let's see here, unethical and immoral behavior, correct?
I'm accusing him that he has not filled out the general price list correctly.
Okay. Do you think that not filling out the general price list correctly in the way that you're claiming is engaging in unfair or deceptive acts?
Yes.
Okay. So now here he has prices on here, right?
Yes,
And he has his name at the top, right?
he does.
How is that deceptive?
It don't have an effective date.
Uh-huh.
It don't have the price per mile. The next page of the Exhibit 1, if you'll look, the direct cremation, I was trying to show him, you know, this is how it needs to be done. I penciled in that, and I told him we could type it out.
And that's the 1500.
15 under direct cremation. Under the caskets, there's no prices. The outer burial container price list,
I'm sorry, back up a little bit. You said
under the caskets up at the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth item down,
And that's on page 2.
that's on page 2. There's no prices from low-end range to high-end range.
So the record's clear. He said page 2. I think that's page 5 of the exhibit. Is that correct?
Okay, yes.
Let me go ahead and start from there. So looking at page 5 of Exhibit 1, and for the record, this is the page that starts off at the top, V.E. Parham and Son Funeral Home, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait just a minute. I don't see that.
Okay, let me make sure I get the right numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so page 6 is what you're referring to.
Page 6 is what I'm referring to,
Let me make
yes.
sure we get it for the record and for the board. Page 6 is basically a page that says received August 3rd, 2015, file stamped at the top.
Yes.
And it starts off the very first thing, use of facilities and staff for memorial service.
At the funeral home, correct.
Okay. Now, on this particular page, you're saying there's no list for caskets, correct?
No prices for the caskets,
Okay.
blank.
Now, show for me where that is blank. Permission to go first, please.
Have to-
Correct.
It says caskets.
Yes.
Now here, wouldn't you agree with me that Mr. Parham had a separate casket list?
Did not that day.
Okay, but in all the other times that you'd come out to his funeral home, he had a casket.
Yes, he did.
And you had seen that casket list.
I had seen it previously.
Okay, did you ask?
You gotta understand that I had not been there. We change areas from time to time, every so many years. So in 2015, if I'm correct, that's the first time I'd been back in several years.
Okay. So now, prior to the inspection in 2015, had he ever been found deficient regarding lack of a casket list?
As far as I remember, he always had a casket price list when I went before,
Okay.
but he couldn't produce one on this inspection.
And he just didn't have one on this inspection?
He couldn't produce it. No, he didn't.
Okay. Did he later produce one?
Not to me.
Well, I see this Exhibit 2 that you've been referring to for about 5 or 10 minutes, and it says casket price list.
Correct, but he didn't produce that to me.
Where did
For
this
me.
come from?
I have no idea where it came from. I didn't.
So this thing that you've been testifying to before this board that says a bunch of price casket lists? You don't
I
know
did
where it
not
came from?
receive that for, if I remember correctly, there was no casket price list that day.
Okay.
I don't know where it came from.
But some way, somehow, it ended up in your file regarding Mr. Parham's funeral home. Is that right?
Apparently it did, but I don't remember getting it.
Okay. Well, let's pretend that this is the casket price list, considering it's in your file and it's before this board.
Okay.
Now, are you claiming that if Mr. Parham was using this casket price list, that he's committing fraud or unethical or immoral behavior?
On this particular price list, it has,
For the record, I'm referring to the exact date.
All right, and Mr. Keezy, you have to tell us what you're referring to. You have two exhibits in front of you.
I'm looking for that.
All right, let me stop you just for a minute. You brought some other papers up with you. I want you to give those back to council. I'm sure it's the same thing, but it
Okay.
might cause confusion. And the only thing I want in front of you is Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2.
Okay. Is this Exhibit 2?
I'll give you exhibit two.
Okay.
Permission to show the witness exhibit two, Judge. Document that has been listed as entered as exhibit two.
Keep Exhibit 1 in front of you.
Okay, I got it.
All right. Now, let's let him restate the question. 'cause
Okay.
We got off a little bit.
As far as exhibit two goes, you see exhibit two, and that says ABC Funeral Home casket price list, correct?
Correct.
Now, some way, somehow, this casket price list got into your file, correct?
Gently.
But you don't know how.
I don't remember getting that price list.
Okay. And for the record, this casket price list is in your file regarding Parham Funeral Home, right? Okay, so let's say hypothetically, Mr. Parham is using this casket price list. Is he committing any kind of unfair or deceptive acts or practices by using this casket price list?
Yes, because it's got sample 2 on it with ABC Funeral Home. That is not Mr. Parham's funeral home.
Okay.
It does have casket price list, but no effective date, and all the prices are penciled in here, so.
So a casket price list can't have penciled in prices?
Yes, well, I don't know if there's anything wrong with that, but the ABC Funeral Home, that's incorrect. Sample 2, you can't be ABC Funeral Home with no effective date.
Okay, and you're saying that
Yeah.
using sample two, and by saying ABC Funeral Home, that's, he's committing some kind of unfair, deceptive practices?
Correct.
How's that deceptive if he's using it with his clients? That's the only reason? Okay,
It don't have an effective date.
so if he were to.
So yes, that is a violation.
And that's deceptive,
That's a violation. It's not right.
is it deceptive?
Yes.
Your Honor, I may object to the form of the question. I'm not sure that, he may understand that what statute says about it being, it says deceptive, but I think it may be a question of fact for the members to decide.
I guess I'm questioning what is the rules.
I don't know, what's the basis of your objection?
Really, I think maybe just the form of the council's question.
Judge, I don't know what rule under the rules of evidence that he's objecting to. If he can say what the rule is, then I'll certainly respond.
You haven't given me a rule of the basis for your objection.
I'll withdraw the objection, Your Honor.
So you're claiming that he is intentionally
According
deceiving
to-
his clients?
All right, Mr. Keezy, you need to let him finish his question
Okay.
before you
Okay.
respond.
You're claiming that he is intentionally deceiving his clients, right?
What the rule says.
Is that what you're claiming?
That's what the rule says. I'm going by what I follow.
Yes or no?
Each and every day, yes.
Yes or no? You're
Yes,
claiming that he's deceiving
Yes.
his clients?
Yes.
You're claiming that he's using deceptive acts?
Yes.
And you're claiming that he's using unfair practices? And you're claiming that you're claiming that he's guilty of immoral or unethical behavior by saying ABC Funeral Home? So if he were to mark out ABC Funeral Home and put up Parham Funeral Home, then he would fix it, right?
with effective date.
And that would fix it, right? And you said that you were gonna work with him, right?
I did.
Answer my question.
Yes,
And you worked with him,
yes.
and you told him, listen, all you have to do is just give me a price list that says your name on it and the effective date, right?
Sat down with him, as I told you, and tried to get him to calm down long enough for us to get it to done.
And if I have today a price list that's exactly like Exhibit 2, that has an effective date and it has Parham and Sons at the top, he would be in compliance with that rule, right?
fixed it, and that's what I was trying to tell him that day, yes.
Because all he needs to do is just fix it, right?
What I told him that day, yes.
But you're asking for revocation, right?
I'm asking him to get it corrected, yes.
So you're really just asking him to get it corrected, right?
Asked him that day, yes.
And that's what you're asking for today, right?
That's what I had asked him for when he became irritated and I had to leave the inspection.
Answer my question.
Ye-
That's what you're asking for today, right?
That day. And that's what will fix it today.
Judge, I would ask you
Yes.
to instruct him to answer my question.
Yes,
My question is, that's what you are asking for today?
yes.
That he simply fix it, correct? And also, you're asking that he cooperate with you as the inspector, correct? Which he did on the second inspection, correct? So the second time, when you came in with the auditor, and y'all sat down, now you would agree with me that there was a little bit of a personality conflict between you and he on that first day on July 29th, 2015, correct? And you would agree with me that there was a personality conflict on August 10th, 2015 on the second time.
Reality, he accused me of saying things I did not say.
Okay. He's accusing you of saying things that you didn't say, but yet you're sitting down at a table.
That was prior to
Easy,
that.
Mr. Keezy, you're gonna have to let him finish
Okay.
his question before you respond.
Okay.
But you're sitting down at a table with an auditor going through the records, right? Is that a yes? Because you want to make sure that he is compliant. Because all you want to make sure of, even today, is that he is compliant, right? And if he has those records, and if he has fixed these deficiencies on the price list, he would be compliant, right?
Forward because I filled out my file and didn't finish the report, so the board will have to make that decision.
Well, let me ask you this.
As far as I'm concerned, if the price list is corrected, yes.
If the price list is correct, and if he had the records from the burials, he would be compliant as far as the rules go. Do you believe, as an investigator, that Mr. Parham intentionally tried to deceive either you or his clients?
I'm not an investigator to begin with,
You're
but
not an investigator?
I'm not an investigator.
So
I'm
when it
a
says-
field representative. I am an inspector.
Okay, so when you do an inspection, it's not investigation?
I'm not an investigator.
Okay. So you can't say whether or not he intentionally tried to deceive anybody?
Fill out my report. It comes back to the office. I just write a warning or a citation.
Can you say as of today, in front of this board, that Mr. Parham was trying to intentionally deceive anybody on July 29th, 2015?
Trying to deceive anyone? According to the rule, he was in violation. According to the rule, he was in violation because the price list was not correct.
And according to the rule, again, are you claiming, let me finish my question. Are you claiming that he was intentionally engaging in unfair or deceptive acts or practices?
Rule, yes.
But all he had to do was just fix it.
I tried to get him to do that day, yes.
Now, as far as coming out on August 10th, 2015, you brought out an auditor at that time, correct? Okay. And the primary goal of coming out on August 10th, 2015 was to sit down with Mr. Parham and try to fix it, right? Is that a yes?
Need to say yes or no.
Yes.
And one of the things was simply going through and saying, hey, here's the price list, get it together, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you give him a price list?
On that day,
Yes.
David Brooks was with me that day. He did most of the talking. I was alone and didn't say very.
Were you
Yes, I was there,
Were you present?
but there was, I don't remember collecting a price list that day.
Did you try to give him a sample price list and say, here's one, all you have to do is follow it?
I didn't that day, no.
Did you any other day?
I sat down with him the prior and told him we would work it out and get it corrected, yes.
Was he cooperating with you on August 10th, 2015?
That's the second time we were
Yes,
out
sir.
there. As far, we didn't stay but about 30 or 35 minutes. There was no price list collected. If I remember correctly, Mr. Brooks talked to him.
So you're saying that he did not cooperate with you that day, even though he sat down with you for 30 or 40 minutes?
Listened, but was very irritated.
Is that a yes or a no?
He
Did he
did,
cooperate
No.
with you on that day,
no, no.
even though he sat down with you for 30
No.
or 40 minutes? Okay. How did he not cooperate with you on the second day?
Irritated because I was back representing the state board.
So somebody that's irritated doesn't cooperate, is that right?
That day, yes.
Okay. Just 1 second, Judge. No further questions, I'll pass the witness.
Members of the board have any questions for this witness?
Just to confirm, Mr. Keezy, the second time you visited, there was no price list presented at that time?
No.
Okay.
The first time you was there, it says that you, manager started yelling and the inspector and beating on your car window.
Trying to get out of the parking lot.
Right. Was it any time the police called?
No.
I'm looking at the notice of hearing and charges document, and on August the 10th, 2015, I'm seeing it as that though the respondent's general process was not valid, and it goes on to say on the next page, before that was not collected or was collected. I'm confused.
I can't remember of collecting that day. The first visit, we did get a general price list, yes.
But on this document, it's stating that you received the general price list that was not valid. It did not have an effective date. B says that the casket price list was not valid, and the outer barrel container price list was not valid. D says it. Then there was discussion about the 5 cases. Did that happen on the second time?
No, that was the first time.
So this all happened on the first time?
Yes, correct.
So he did not give you anything on August the 10th? There was no documentation from like the exhibit 1?
Other questions?
Mr. Keezy, on your first visit, you know, in your report, it says that you could not complete the inspection. And then you and Mr. Brooks went back on August the 10th. What was the purpose of that?
To try to finish.
Typically, I know with my firm, when we're inspected, we either get an all good, we get a warning, we get a citation. Something wraps it all up. Why was that not done on August the 10th?
The
second time when you went back to wind up the inspection.
we couldn't complete that.
You didn't go through the checklist on that second visit.
No, sir.
Okay.
On Exhibit 2, the ABC Funeral Home casket price list, as far as you understand, is this a complete one-page casket price?
Yes, that's correct.
Also, further on in Exhibit 2, the statement of funeral goods and services list a casket that is not on the price list. Was there any type of supplemental price list, or is this just something that was just not on the?
I'll follow up with Mr. Rahm's question, because on the statement of goods and services that we have, that was dated February 27, 2016, none of the prices agree with the general price list that we have in our exhibit.
We're just asking questions right now. That was a comment, so what's your question to him?
The question is there a general price list that reflects these other prices that are on the statement
No,
of
the
goods and
only
services?
price list we got is the one, Exhibit 1.
Mr. Keezy, you mentioned that on the August 10th inspection, which was the second visit, that you couldn't complete your checklist that day. Why couldn't you complete it?
It wasn't where we could that day because he was also unreasonable that day.
What do you mean by unreasonable?
I mean, he was irritated. He was bothered that I had come back and David was there with me that day. So, like I said, he did all the talking and we couldn't complete that.
So did he fail to cooperate with you?
Yes. That day we didn't get a price list or anything, no.
Like he obstructed in the inspection?
On the second visit, how was that visit concluded? What did you tell Mr. Parham? Did you tell him that you'd be coming back, or did you just tell us how that? So he had no direction.
David told him that we would be getting back in touch with him.
So David is an auditor for the
He's an
state.
auditor. He's an auditor.
So where's he at today?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Other questions?
How was Mr. Brooks selected to be the person to go with you?
Mr. Gribble sent him with me.
Council, do you all have any redirect or recross?
Redirect to Mr. Keezy.
Go ahead.
Mr. Keezy, I believe you stated you've been a inspector for 30 years. Mr. Gribble asked you about whether or not something constituted a violation at the time that you were there, and then, of course, he was asking whether or not that if you did it today, would it be a violation? Well, let me rephrase that. You mentioned that he had asked you, have you been there before? You said yes, and then you said that on July 29th you came again and there was not a casket price list, even though there had been one before, to the best of your recollection. Is it still a violation the second time, even though maybe the first time it was in compliance?
Price list, prices can change.
And did you go to V. Parham Funeral Home that day, or did you go to ABC Funeral Home? Was anybody else in the funeral home that day, like a customer or anything, when you were there on either day? And is it a common occurrence, as your role as inspector, to return to a funeral home a few weeks after conducting?
No, that's not common.
Oh, questions I have now.
More questions. Now, you said that you've never been given this sample too.
Not that I can recall.
All right, and for the record, you're referring to Exhibit 2.
And I'm for the record, I'm referring to Exhibit 2. So, I think one of the board members brought it up. In the notice of charges, when it says on August 10th, 2015, the board inspector returned to respondent's establishment of complete the inspection. During that inspection, respondent's general price was not valid. Specifically, it did not have an effective date, was marked as sample, and it was not filled out completely and correctly. So you're claiming that what he handed to you on August 10th was not Exhibit 2?
That's ABC Funeral Home, yes.
Okay, so now you're changing it and saying he
No,
did give you this?
no, I'm not. I can't remember getting this.
I see. So next it says respondent's casket price list was not valid. Specifically, it was marked as sample. It stated that it was for ABC Funeral Home and was not filled in. And again, you're saying you did not receive this particular
Not
document.
that no, I don't remember collecting that.
And basically, we're going off your memory, right?
No, I'm saying that, no, I did not get that.
I see. So we have two, you would agree with me that we have two conflicting documents. One is the notice of charges that says you did receive it, and one is your memory
I don't
that says you
remember,
didn't
I don't
receive it.
recall collecting that, no.
Next, we have the mere fact that you said you have not completed the inspection on the Parham Funeral Home to date, correct?
No.
Now, as of today, it is October 11th, 2016, and the last time you went out to the Parham Funeral Home was on August 10th, 2015, correct? So in that past 14 months, you haven't gone out to complete your inspection. Is that right? No further questions.
Do you make the decision as to whether or not you return to a site inspection?
Oh, Mr. Gribble tells me to go, and
Step down, Mr. Keezy, not discuss your testimony or any of the exhibits with any of the other witnesses. You're taking the exhibits with you, if you'll pass those over to me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Call your next witness, please.
State call is Robert Gribble.
Affirm that testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
You are Robert Gribble.
I am.
And Mr. Gribble, what do you do?
I'm the executive director for the Tennessee State Board of Funeral Directors and Embalmers
And how long have you held that position?
for approximately 13 and a half years.
And just kind of give the board an idea of what do you do as executive director? What are your day-to-day duties?
We perform all administrative functions of the board, including but not limited to the filing of complaints, the issuing of license, and follow the board's instructions regarding disciplinary actions regarding license as well.
Are you also the custodian of any records?
I am.
Are you familiar with Tennessee laws and rules as they apply to funeral homes and embalmers and et cetera?
I am.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Parham Funeral Home and Virgil Parham?
I am.
Now, the state has alleged a number of violations in its notice of hearing and charges. One is that there was a discrepancy, or there just was not an accurate display of price list. Can you explain to the board why is there a rule or statute dealing with, or in this case, rule dealing with the display of an accurate price list or a price list period?
Back in 1984, the Federal Trade Commission did the funeral rule. Subsequent to that, the board adopted the funeral rule as it was done by the Federal Trade Commission, which requires a casket price list, a out-of-barrel container price list, and a general price list. And those are required under rule by the board. Whatever the federal requirements are the same requirements for the state rule.
Another allegation in the notice hearing charges is that Mr. Keezy only found, if anything, I think they might have found one death certificate. This, I guess, was in a somewhere in Mr. Parham's funeral home. On the issue of death certificates, based on your understanding of the law and rules, what must a funeral home possess in terms of death certificate?
The funeral director of funeral home is required to fill a death certificate out, and with cremations and things of that nature especially, it's industry practice to retain a copy of the death certificate, but there's not a specific rule that would require him to retain it. But it's the industry practice to retain a copy of it for the file because it has to be furnished to the crematory in order to have the cremation done.
And I'm going to get a little more technical with you, so I'll have to rely on you and the board's knowledge. But the term cremation authorization form and a statement of funeral goods and services, what are those?
A cremation authorization form is a form that the authorizing agent executes, giving the funeral director of the funeral home permission to cremate the decedent. The statement of funeral goods and services is basically a contract for which the funeral home has sold merchandise and or services, and the client is agreed that those are the merchandise and services that they've purchased, and there would be an amount there that would indicate the total amount.
And must the funeral director of the funeral home possess those items within the physical structure of the funeral home?
The rule requires that the funeral home retain the general price list for 1 year after it was last dispersed to a client. The rules also require the funeral home to retain and make available for inspection the documents that they use in their daily operation of the funeral home, the documents that the funeral rule require.
Let's talk about the allegation regarding cooperation with the state in terms of an annual inspection. Is that a requirement?
Yes, yes.
And if there is not compliance with that, in other words, if an inspector is not able to complete an inspection, is under the applicable rules and statutes, is that a violation?
It is for the funeral director of funeral home to unreasonably cooperate.
Are there different types of discipline that can be imposed upon a funeral home and a funeral director if any of these, not just the compliance with inspections, but if any of these rules are violated?
Yes.
And are you aware what those range from?
Range from a consent order and a civil penalty to suspension or revocation of license.
Prior to, we've been talking a whole lot about July and August of 2015. Prior to those dates, were you familiar with the Parham and Virgil Parham?
Yes.
How were you?
Field representatives, we have 3 field representatives that cover the state doing inspections annually at the funeral establishments. And because of Mr. Parham's demeanor, how he treat, well, this is what the field representative reported to me.
Plaintiff object is hearsay at this time.
Sustained.
You were familiar with Mr. Parham before? Just a moment, John. Mr. Gribble, there's been some discussion about deceptive acts. In fact, the state has charged in its notice of hearing charges that not displaying an accurate casket price listing or a general price listing can be deceptive. Based on your understanding of the statute, what is deceptive acts within the funeral business?
Funeral rule itself says that it's deceptive not to comply, that the party is guilty of deception because they don't comply. So if there's a violation, then by implication of the rule, it's deceptive.
And finally, it is true that there has been no inspection done at Mr. Parham's funeral home since August of 2015.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And why not?
Well, this case was set earlier. It was continued twice, and because of Mr. Parham's because of what the field representatives reported to me after inspections, I didn't think it was in good judgment to send the field representative back to doing the inspection just days prior to the scheduled formal hearing. Because certainly we don't, and the things that he has accused me of and accused other employees of, and what he's written and sent in to the board, in the board office, you have to be concerned about the safety of the inspector when they go. And also you don't want to do anything to irritate the respondent when you do the inspection. So it's not good judgment to do an inspection just days prior to the hearing.
Mr. Gribble, is all questions I have.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Jeff. Mr. Gribble, my name is David Grimman. I just have a few questions for you. One of the things I heard you say was there is no rule requiring the retention of a death certificate. Is that correct?
Our rules require that the funeral home retain the documents that the federal rule require. And I know of no specific rule that requires the retention of a death certificate. At the same time, I said it was industry standard to retain it.
But here we're going by the rules, because you said a violation of the rule is deceptive, right?
Or what I said was the funeral rule defines deception, and a violation of the rule is deception.
And there's no rule that requires him to retain a death certificate, correct?
None that I'm aware of, no, sir.
Is there any rule that requires him to retain the funeral goods and services? What rule is that? What rule is it?
That the Federal Trade Commission has, and it's been adopted by the funeral board. I'd have to look at the rule book to quote the specific rule to you.
So you're the executive director, but you don't know what the rule is? Is that right?
The rule is 0660-.05- point something, and I can't tell you what the exact rule is without looking at it because I'm not an attorney and I don't retain it. I can tell you what the requirement of the rule is.
Okay. But as far as the rules go, as far as the records that Mr. Parham needs to retain, one of those records is this funeral goods and services. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you said that you haven't sent out anybody to complete the inspection because you didn't think it was proper just days before the contested hearing, correct?
Correct.
Now, this last inspection occurred in August of 2015, correct?
Yes, sir.
Y'all didn't have a hearing in September 2015, correct? You didn't have a contested hearing before this board in September of 2015, did you?
Not regarding Mr. Parham, anyway.
Or October 2015?
No, sir, but there's reason for that.
Or November 2015?
That's correct, what you're saying.
December, January, February, March, April, May? You didn't have a contested hearing scheduled at any of those times for Mr. Parham, did you? But you never sent out an inspector during that time, correct?
Inspection done on August the 10th. We only do it annually, so he would not been due to have another inspection until August of this year.
And that's if it was completed though, right?
The August 10th, according to the information I have, the August 10 inspection was completed.
So you would disagree with your inspector when he says it was not completed?
I have seen documents in the file that to me indicated completed. As far as I'm concerned, that completed what was required at that time.
Okay. Now, if it was completed, I think one of the board members said that if there's some kind of deficiencies, usually you'd send out some kind of notice to the licensee that says, okay, here's a sanction or here's a warning or something along those lines, right?
A complaint was sent out, sir, and that's what the notice of hearing charges, part of that's based on today,
Okay, so you sent out a complaint,
and give Mr. Parham the opportunity to respond.
and that's the notice of hearing and charges, right?
No, sir. There was a complaint sent. I'd have to look at the record to see when it was sent, but it was sent soon after the inspection and give him the opportunity to respond. And then the notice of hearing charges came because he did not accept the offer that was made at the time for him for disposition of that case.
You maintain all the records for this board, correct?
don't have it here in front of me, no, sir.
I'll pass the witness.
Board have any questions for the witness?
Gribble, besides the written record we have here, what has been your dealings with Mr. Parham?
Well, the question has to be limited to what's in the notice of hearing, so you can't go back prior in time. We're just specifically today dealing with the allegations in the notice of hearing.
Even though he mentioned it in his attorneys?
Well, there was an objection was lodged once he started to talk about prior conversations and prior dealings, and I sustained that. And furthermore, what you're dealing with today is just what's in this notice of hearing, okay? That's all that's before the board today, those allegations.
Gribble, on the notice of hearing charges on page 3, it says that one was missing the cremation authorization form and the statement of funeral goods and services. Cremation authorization form was not in the folder. Is that correct?
That's what the records indicate, yes, sir.
And then I look at the inspection report, and it verifies that the cremation's current year to date would be 0. Is that correct?
Are you asking him to look at one of the exhibits?
It's Exhibit 1.
Okay. Counsel, if you could pass this to the witness, please.
So the inspection report for July 29 says that there were 3 calls current year to date and 0 cremations.
But on the hearing and charges, it says that there was evidently 1 cremation authorization form that was not in a folder. I'm just trying to understand what was not received and should have been received when we're talking about deceptive acts.
Well, do you have a specific question that regarding that?
Yes. The missing cremation authorization form that's indicated on the notice of hearing and charges, why is that on there?
Why is it on the notice of charges?
Yes.
An attorney probably drafted this. I don't know if that's a fair question. Ask him what language that's in the notice of hearing charges. I mean, if based on his testimony, if there's a question that you want to ask him, you can do that. The board have any more questions?
Just one question. Mr. Gribble, you mentioned that this had originated as a complaint against Parham Funeral Home. Is that a complaint that this board initially had a ruling on, and then he had an opportunity to respond with a formal hearing?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's why we're here today.
Redirect, counsel.
Mr. Gribble, there's been some discussion about, and Mr. Gribble brought this up, that this was in 2015, yet we've come some time before we've come here today to have this formal hearing. Do you generally have hearings immediately following complaints being lodged?
No, sir.
Is there some sort of process that you conduct that the funeral board, maybe not this board specifically, but the funeral board in this building, do they attempt to settle the matter with the respondent?
Yes, once the inspector does an inspection and there's a citation issued, then there's a formal letter that goes certified to the respondent and they're given 14 days to respond to the complaint. Once they respond, the information that the inspector collected and the information is sent back by the respondent, if they respond, is then forwarded to legal. Legal reviews that information, does what they need to do on their side, and then they present it anonymously to the board with a recommendation. And the board will decide what should be the disciplinary action. And that's sent out in a consent offer, which is an offer to settle the case. And if the respondent doesn't accept that, then there's a formal hearing scheduled. And in this case, it was scheduled and continued, and it's being heard today, obviously.
And do matters sometimes resolve through consent order?
Many times, yes, sir.
Okay. And do they resolve immediately following the complaints being lodged?
No, sir.
And this funeral board only meets once a month, correct?
Correct.
Talk about that.
Follow up on Mr. Duffy's question. One of the allegations in this case is that Mr. Parham failed to keep records regarding cremations, right?
Yes, sir.
And according to your own inspector's report, he didn't have any cremations, right?
According to what's on the information sheet. Now, how that number was determined, I'm unsure about that.
That's
But
zero next to cremations, right?
yes, sir.
And it's
Mr.
zero-
Grimmett, for the record, you're referring to Exhibit 1?
Yes, Judge. That's a zero next to cremations in current year, and a zero next to cremations in previous year, right? If you have zero cremations, you don't have any records of cremations, right?
That could have been the number that Mr. Parham gave to the inspector. The inspector may have asked him when he initially started the conversation, how many calls did you have last year and how many cremations did you have? And there would be no reason for the inspector at that point to question what information is given to him. But then when he's produced a file that has a cremation authorization in it, or some form that indicates, like a death certificate that would indicate that there's a cremation, then there could be a follow-up question about it. Because there's a zero there is not completely definitive.
If somebody has zero cremations, they shouldn't have any records of cremations, right?
If in fact they had zero cremations, they should not have any records of cremations. That's correct.
All right. You can step down, sir, to not discuss your testimony or the exhibits with any other witnesses. Gregory?
State would next call Virgil Parham.
All right, before we do that, why don't we take a short 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and hear from Mr. Parham. Raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Sir. Thank you.
Sir, you are Virgil Parham. And sir, do you own a funeral home in Springfield, Tennessee? How long have you owned that funeral home?
All right, Mr. Parham, if you can, and you may have to adjust your seat to be able to hear and hear, you're going to have to speak into the microphone. And if you can't reach it, you can slide your chair around. All right, I think what we're going to need to do, why don't you pull the chair, if you don't mind, directly in front of the microphone. No, just go around and pull it in front of the microphone.
Oh, okay.
Sit down, sir.
Okay. Ever since 38, something like that.
And as part of that funeral business, do you hold a funeral establishment license, or does your establishment hold a license?
Both of them.
I'm sorry?
I think that would be considered both of them, I would think.
And you hold an individual license as well?
All right, you need to always say yes or no.
Yes, sir.
And after being in the funeral business, you said for some years, you're aware that the state has certain rules and statutes that apply to funeral homes, is that correct? Have you ever been witness to an inspection at your funeral home?
Inspection at my funeral home.
Have you ever had an inspection of your funeral home?
Yeah. Once a year.
And that's been throughout your time as a funeral director?
Everybody has to go through that to have a funeral home.
And Mr. Parham, do you recall a visit by Mr. Keezy of roughly July of 2015 to your establishment for an inspection?
Talk into the microphone.
You'll have to speak into the microphone. It only activates by your voice, so if you're too far away, it won't activate. So you'll have to project and move your head up to the microphone to get it to work.
Okay, ask me the question again, please.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. Keezy coming to your establishment in Springfield and conducting an inspection of your funeral home in July of 2015?
Exactly when it was. Been there before, but I'm not sure exactly the date.
Okay, and that's fair enough. I'm not going to hold you to a specific date. At some point after that, after Mr. Keezy left, was there ever a second inspection? Or did you get a visit? Let me rephrase the question. Did you get a visit from Mr. Keezy and somebody else from the funeral board after that?
After that. Yeah, but I can't think of that guy.
That's okay. I'm not yeah, but your testimony is that someone along with Mr. Keezy came out.
You'll have to put your hand away from your mouth and come right up to the microphone, Mr. Parham.
I don't know the exact guy's name that came. Ask me that question again.
At some point after Mr. Keezy came out by himself, were you visited again by Mr. Keezy and another gentleman from the funeral board? And I'm not talking about specifically one of these gentlemen. I'm just talking about someone from the state.
I think Keezy came through. I think that's right.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And after that, did you receive a notice of a complaint from the board? Or did you receive some kind of documentation from the board after that?
Several people that came in.
Okay. If you're saying, are you saying Mr. Keezy? You said Mr. Keezy, I believe how you pronounced it, but is that Mr. Keezy who you're talking about?
Talking about the same man.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
I'm going to hand you a roughly 11-page. If you want to flip through it, like I said, 11 pages, you can flip through it. But my question is going to be, do you recognize what that is, what those 11 pages are? Well, all I'm asking is, do you recognize it?
I recognize too many of these people.
How do you recognize it?
Not going to be able to do that, Mr. Keezy. And again, you're going to have to come forward to the microphone so that we can hear you. And the question from council is just whether or not you recognize those documents that he gave you. Are you familiar with them?
One would be with the other.
Before we get into identifying what it is, I think we just need to see whether he recognized this is the document or not.
And that's kind of the gravamen of my question is, do you recognize it? Do you recognize the handwriting? Any of it? And whose handwriting?
You can't discuss with your lawyer a response. You just have to answer the question as it's posed to you.
Well, I'll ask you one more time. Have you ever seen that before?
Several sheets in here. Are you talking about all these? Are you talking about each ones? Or what are we talking about?
I'm just waiting for her to get you hooked up there.
Yeah, this is. I don't know if you want to look at this stuff because it brings in some other people that haven't been discussed in this. What we're talking about. Yeah.
Why are they familiar to you?
I'd rather tell my lawyer this, but can I talk to him for a second?
It'll facilitate. I don't mind if there needs
No,
to be.
we don't have to have a discussion. Are these documents that
Well,
Haven't been discussed.
you want to do them one at a time? You handed them 11 pages. Can you do it?
if we can do it through leading questions, I think that'd be a lot easier for basically saying,
Sure,
okay, these are this, these are this.
Okay. I'll approach the witness, that makes it a little bit easier. All right, Mr. Parham, I'll just kind of flip through here.
Can you hand me a copy of what you're showing him, please?
Parham, I'm going to start with just page 1. It's entitled up here, a complaint form. It's true that this is your handwriting, correct? Okay.
You need to say yes or no, and you're going to have to, I'm not trying to fuss at you, but the members of the board have to be able to hear you. And so the only way they can hear you, Mr. Parham, if you come forward and speak into the microphone.
Once you turn this sheet, I'm going to have to have my lawyer.
Well,
I would think. Beginning right there.
and it's true, though, that's your handwriting as well, right?
No, sir.
That's not your handwriting.
That's why I said you better talk to my lawyer first because you don't get in pretty deep.
This is your handwriting as well, correct?
Yeah.
But you need to identify the pages that you're
I
on.
apologize. So, on page 1, you said of the exhibit, you understand what this is, correct? The one that says complaint form?
Yeah, that's my handwriting.
All right, page 2, you say you don't know what that is.
I know exactly what it is.
You know exactly what it is.
This is the beginning of what you're asking me about.
Okay,
And these sheets here are the same place.
okay. Page 3,
Yeah.
you know what that is, correct? That's your handwriting.
Mm-hmm.
Say yes or no, please. There's not any,
Judge, I don't, if I can have 30 seconds with him, I think we can.
That's all you would need.
And that's fine, Your Honor.
As a member of the bar, I'm certainly not going to divulge, not going to discuss anything
Right.
as far as his testimony or anything like that. I think I just need to instruct him as
Right.
far as to answer these questions, if that's okay.
All right, well, I'll let you have 30 seconds to step outside. Go ahead, Mr. Gregory.
Proceed in a leading fashion, even though this is technically direct.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Parham, let's start from the beginning. Recognize page 1 there. That okay? Is that
You need
your-
to say yes or no. You have to say that for the court reporter. She can't take down somebody nodding their head or saying So you always have to say yes or no.
Yes.
I'm turning to page 2. Do you recognize that as your handwriting?
Question.
Say yes or no.
Just answer the question.
Speak up, sir.
Asking about the people, is that your handwriting?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Moving on to page 5. Is that your handwriting?
Is that a yes?
Yes or no.
Yes.
Page 6. Is that your handwriting? Page 7.
I didn't hear the response.
Yes.
Thank you.
Page 8. Is that your handwriting as well?
He's not asking about the contents of what's on it. He's just asking if it's your handwriting.
Yes.
Page 9. That's your handwriting.
Yes.
Page 10. That's your handwriting. All right, this time I'd like to admit
Object to relevance.
Your Honor, relevance would be, one of the allegations state is charged, and it does here in charges, is that Mr. Parham has not complied or is refusing to cooperate with the board in terms of inspection. And the state believes that this document will flesh out much of that allegation. Secondly, just from an evidentiary standpoint as well, it's a state would look at it as a party admission.
As it's party admission doesn't mean it is relevant, Judge. I can say that I went to dinner last night and that's not relevant to these proceedings. I don't see how this is relevant to this. We have yet to have any foundation as to how this document is relevant.
Let me do this. Can I ask the board to step out just for a minute? If you'll step out into the hallway, and we'll call you back when we need you.
It's not part of what's there. We're required to record meetings, but if you want this stopped, you want recording stopped.
Tell me what all this is,
Your Honor,
Mr.
this
Gregory.
is all a response, like an answer to our complaint effectively. I believe it's relevant. If for any other reason, it just as an answer. I mean, we generally, there are answers filed, I understand, with APD. When we file a notice of hearing in charges, they just simply show up, and then we put on the case from there. We litigate the case from there. But this is Mr. Parham's response to the notice of hearing in charges, and I just think it's relevant to the board to hear what he initially when he received the notice.
File stamp on this. I don't see usually anything that's an answer is a file stamp on it. I see something at the very first page that says 3/13/16, date of complaint. The notice of charge is actually filed on March 19th, 2016, so I don't know whether this is an answer. There has been no foundation as to what this document is. All we have a foundation of is that it is in Mr. Parham's handwriting.
Not that I'm trying to make myself a witness, but Your Honor, this was received by the department, was received by the funeral board. Mr. Parham did not send this to APD. Not uncommon that respondents do mail things to us directly.
Haven't established that. That is certain. All you've established is that this is all his handwriting. What's the basis of your objection, Mr. Grimmett?
Relevance, Judge. Parham is making a complaint. He is not filing an answer. Parham the third. In other words, he's the complainant, not.
And Your Honor, looking at page, what would be page 10 on the certificate of service, my name is attached to the certificate of service where I signed it. I would not have sent him, he says, notice of hearing and charges. So this was sent to him. He responded by apparently writing on it and mailing it back to us. Correct.
Witness has, and I have to have a witness testify and say what this is.
And I can do that, Your Honor. It's just a matter of whether you would like me to have him step down. I don't have a lot. Pretty much my questions on direct are over once we resolve this issue. I can't recall Mr. Gribble as the custodian of the records. He's already testified that that's part of his duties here with the state. If this was received at some point, a complaint form sent to us, Mr. Gribble can establish the foundation under either 8036 or 90211.
You're saying what you think this is, you haven't established that with a witness. You can certainly ask him any question about all the response to that, but you haven't established that, and so there's nothing that actual allegation and notice of hearing with this witness.
Well, Your
So,
Honor,
so
we
ba-
can,
based on the objection that hadn't been properly authenticated, all I've heard is just that's his handwriting
yeah.
and nothing else. So I don't know when. Pages, I haven't reviewed every line, but from what, just reviewing it, for identification purposes.
If you don't mind, Your Honor, I
Okay.
think the day is 3, correct? Right, Mr. Parham, you were visited by Mr. Keezy at some point last year, correct, in July? Now, I'm not gonna hold you to a correct date. Right. And you and Mr. Keezy had known each other before, correct?
Yes or no?
Keeps it open, just if
Okay.
that helps at all.
You're right, thank you. We push the
It is.
speak button, okay.
Just kind of hold your finger on the button. It says
Well-
speak.
Oh,
Light on,
yeah,
okay.
okay.
Keep holding it down. Maybe it doesn't.
May or may not.
Hello, hello.
Okay, so yeah, if you do.
Keep your finger on it while you're talking, and that'll make sure. And if you just
Okay.
have to get really close to it, like I'm leaning forward, you're gonna have to do the same thing.
Okay,
That's great.
Okay,
Yeah.
Mr. Parham. We're talking about July of 2015. Mr. Keezy visited you, isn't that correct? Visited your establishment.
15. He's been around several times. I'm not exactly sure what date that was.
But he came to your establishment sometime in 2015 to ask for certain documents in your funeral home as part of the annual inspection, isn't that correct?
Annual inspection. He came there, but I don't know if it's the, I don't know how many times he's been around during that year. I think one, I'm not sure.
And you're in this inspection in 2015. He asked you for certain documents, correct? The casket price list, general price list. Isn't that right?
Ask me that again.
Ask you again.
Mm-hmm.
During that inspection, Mr. Keezy asked you for a general price list and a casket price list as it applies to your funeral home, correct?
When are we talking about?
Talking about 2015, July of 2015.
2015 was real slow in the funeral home. Did he or did he not?
Well, let's,
Not sure about
let me
that.
move on to another question. There were a number of things that you couldn't provide to him, correct?
That I couldn't provide to him? I couldn't. You gave me some good questions. Could I? I couldn't. That I couldn't provide.
That's right.
That I couldn't provide. It's hard for me to answer that question because I don't know really what you're trying to say.
Right. You've been in the hearing room all day, haven't you?
There, yeah.
And you were present when Mr. Keezy was testifying about circling things on your casket price list and your general price list that he was trying to identify with you that were incorrect. Do you remember that?
Mr. Keezy.
Yes.
Okay.
That's how you remember it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
That particular. Let's see. I think that's the day, that's the time that he. What did I do with that? He was making some kind of complaint against me, but I don't remember exactly what he was talking about.
At some point that day, he left your establishment in Springfield, right?
Sometimes, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then they came back to your establishment again.
Mm-hmm.
Yes or no? Yes?
Yes. I don't think there was anybody else with him when he was talking about it. I don't think so.
And then at some point, you received a copy of the notice of hearing and charges from the funeral board, correct? Simply from me, right?
My in charges.
Notice of hearing and charges.
Charges.
Your Honor, I approach the witness.
Yeah, kind of. I don't know exactly where we're going.
I'm not sure if we made this a part of this hasn't been marked yet as an exhibit, but just.
Part of the technical record.
But I'll refresh the witness's memory. Does that look familiar to you?
We have so many of these like this. Okay. For the board. Okay. Mr. Gregory, I remember Mr. Gregory.
But he's showing you, Mr. Parham, the notice of hearing and charges, which is why we're here today, and he's asking if you've seen that before.
This whole set here.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes, I've seen it before.
Okay.
And let me see what else is on there.
That's all he wanted to ask you is that question.
Miss Gregory. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Retrieving from the witness.
Okay.
And Mr. Parham, you said earlier you'd been in the business for several years, correct?
My family has.
Okay. How long have you, I don't know if I ever got an answer on that, how long have you specifically been in the funeral business?
Now ask that question again.
How long have you specifically been in the funeral business?
Myself or my family?
You.
I've probably been in there in the funeral business probably about, see, I went to law school for a while. After I got out of that, see how long that was. We probably talking about 19, I'd say at least 10 years, something like that. It's been a long time.
business since 2006. Is that what your testimony is?
2006. I got to look in the back and see exactly how that is. It's a pretty long time.
Let me ask you another question. How long have you owned the property at 21st Avenue West, Springfield, Tennessee?
Oh,
Your
okay.
funeral home.
Okay, our funeral home. That was my father's. He had that. No, it was back before then. He had a funeral home in Springfield, and I got a picture of it and everything. If you want to see it or anything, I had to get it out from the funeral home. And they're on a picture of our wall when I get home. And then after that, I went to the Navy, and I came back, and it was Dad was still there. And then Dad died probably, it was after I came back from school. Oh, right, that's a long time. That's tough, because we're talking a long time.
All right, Mr. Parham, it's fair to say you've been in the funeral business a while. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I could get the stuff, but it's at home. The pictures and everything is all on the walls and all. I can show that.
You are aware the state has certain rules and regulations that applies to all funeral homes, including yours.
Yeah, I've got it. Yeah, I still got it now.
Your Honor, I'll pass, please.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to show you what is that a price list that you were using back in August of 2015? In other words, first of all, do you recognize this document? Yes. Okay, I need you to speak up, because if I can't hear you,
Okay.
I know they can't hear you, and I need the court reporter to hear you.
Speak into the microphone, please.
Okay. Yeah, this is when I got a new price list right here. It was way out of, messed up. So we got that straightened out with another guy that worked for the state, and he.
Okay, now just listen to my question.
Okay.
And just answer my question. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now this is a price list that you were using in August of 2015, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, one of the questions that I have, and one of the questions I think the board has, is why would you use a price list that says ABC Funeral Home at the top?
Oh, because because I wasn't charging enough for bills and things. I just didn't I didn't want to charge a whole lot of people that I know. So I keep prices down, but after a while it got. This guy he came around from where was he working? He may be working here. Anyway, they told me that it's time for you.
Okay, so somebody told you that you needed to change your prices, and so
Increase because
okay,
I'm.
so as a result of somebody telling you that, did you come up with a new price list?
Yeah, uh-huh.
And is this that price list? That thing that's in front of
Yeah.
you? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, did you create this price list? Did you actually draft this?
You need to say yes, you need to say yes or no.
No, it's a guy under where Mr. Gribble's works. And there was a man, some people, you go in there, if you want to get something out of there, I can explain this to you.
Well, let me ask a very simple question.
Okay.
Okay. Did you draft this? Did you create this?
Yes.
Okay.
But the guy it's another guy that was older than I am. He was, telling me that the that's how I end up changing these
Okay.
right here.
So
I wasn't charging enough, but I didn't.
So let me ask you this.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. Okay. When it says sample 2 at
Mm-hmm.
the top,
Mm-hmm.
where did you get this document from? Did somebody else create this document?
None of this comes all together, and then if you want to, you can use that. If you want one of these ply boxes, you can do that or whatever. And these are all different. These are always different prices
Okay.
because I hadn't been doing
I'm asking
it.
a very simple question. Okay.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. Did you type all of this out?
Yeah.
You did?
Mm-hmm. Because
So
the
when
guy
it says
was.
sample 2 at the top, you typed that out?
Yeah. Did I type it out?
Yes, sir.
No, it was in regular handwriting.
Okay. Now this form you got from somebody else, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And as far as this form goes, you were using this form back in August of 2015.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm. It just had that. I just went on and changed it. It was just the guy told me he was. I can't think where. Gribble probably knows something about where they live or wherever.
Now, this casket price list, when it says all these different prices over here on the left, did you write in those prices?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there were some questions from the board members that there's a funeral goods and services selected at the very end of that exhibit that's in front of you. Permission to approach the witness, Judge.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as these funeral goods and services selected, this is kind of a receipt for whenever a family has a funeral. Is that correct?
Right.
All right. Now, one of the questions that one of the board members has, do you see where it says merchandise right there on the left? Permission to approach the witness, Judge.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And see where it says casket to, let's see here, casket for or alternative container?
Right here in my face, and I don't see it.
Show 'em again.
Yes, sir. It says casket, correct?
Correct.
I'm asking you, does that say casket?
It says casket.
Okay, and next to that, what is that number?
1700.
All right, and below that it says Ivory Polaris Crate.
Concrete.
Above that.
Above that.
Permission to approach, Judge. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the questions from the board members was whether that is a casket that is offered by
I think that price was used quite a bit because I was trying not to charge too much. I kept that price going for I don't know how long. It's probably still like that now.
Let me ask you this: out of all the prices that you have on this ABC price list, permission to approach the witness, Judge.
Yes.
I think that'll probably speed things up a little bit. Out of all the prices that you have on here, Exhibit 2, where it says all the different prices of the caskets.
Mm-hmm.
You see where it says that? All the different prices?
All different prices, yeah.
Okay. Now, none of those are 17.
Except the one we were looking at.
Okay, on this casket list,
Oh.
there's none that are $1,700.
Oh. No.
Okay. So as far as the one example that we have, you're actually charging less.
A lot less.
A lot less.
Yes, because I know those people, and I'm not going to try to spend a whole lot of money and make them. I try to keep it down. The only reason this changed because the guy came in and was telling me that you need to raise your prices up, and that's been, good God, and this hadn't been long repaired, changed.
Now, one of the questions during the inspection was I'm going to show the witness a document if I can. Permission to approach. Document.
Yes.
What is that document?
It was another gentleman that takes care of bring these papers and things with him to help you with. And I put I got a price. Somebody gave me the
Just tell me
price.
what the document
Okay,
is.
$860.
Tell me what the document is. What is this
It
document?
says compliments of E. Parham and Son Funeral Home. These prices are effective in most.
Okay, rather than reading it, how about this?
Okay.
It gives the cost of a concrete grave
Hmm?
liner, right? It gives the cost of a concrete grave liner, right?
Yeah.
And that's what y'all use at Parham Funeral Home, right?
Yes or no?
Yes.
And this is a document that you use to basically show a price to someone who comes into your funeral home, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to submit this as the next exhibit, please.
Next exhibit will be marked Exhibit 4. It's a document that says compliments of V.E. Parham and Sons.
Permission to publish to the board.
Yes.
It's Exhibit 2, page 5.
All right, and I don't need that, but I'll go ahead and keep that as part of the record. I can go ahead and exclude it as part of the record.
Okay,
that way
just
it's-
let her go on the record.
And I apologize to the members of the board for going with that.
All right. He has Exhibit 2 in front of him, so I didn't realize that, but you've been made aware that your proposed Exhibit 4 is the last page of Exhibit 2. So do you want to withdraw that as an exhibit? All right, that'll be withdrawn.
As far as the price lists that you hand to these people, let's delve a little bit into how many funerals did you do in 2015? Was it more than 10? Say that's about right? Is that a yes? Okay. What about 2014? Okay.
We try to keep the prices, the same.
He's asking you about how many funerals you did. Do you know approximately how many funerals you did in 2015 and 2014?
Yeah, did I bring that with me?
Just make an estimate. Can you do that?
So, I'd say it was less than 20.
So 5 in 2014 and 3 in 2015. Would that be right? Is that a yes? Now, one of the allegations in this particular case is that you did not provide adequate records to the inspector. Do you understand that?
I understand what he's saying.
Okay, and since this has been filed, you have gathered those records from those 8 case files, right? Is that a yes? And you have provided those to me, correct? All right. Permission to approach, Judge.
Yes.
I'm going to show you these records, and in order to speed it up, these are the records that you provided to me, correct?
Right.
And these are true and accurate copies of records that you keep in the ordinary course of business, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right, I'd like to make these the next exhibit, please.
Exhibit 4 will be marked, which has been identified as records kept by the Parham Funeral Home.
Your permission to publish to the board.
Yes. Chairman, are you going to ask him specific questions about these, or would you like for the board to go ahead and just look over them?
I think I'd prefer for the board to look over them
All right.
before I ask them. That's okay.
Fine.
Exhibit number 4?
4.
What is exhibit number 3?
Marked for identification only. It's not an exhibit presented to the board.
Thank you.
You have just 3 in front of you. You have the exhibit 2?
Oh, actually, I handed it to him.
No. You took back exhibit 2 from him?
Oh, I did?
I thought I heard you say you're going to trade him.
Oh, I traded him that exhibit for a,
Oh, a copy. Okay. So he still has exhibit 2 in front of him.
I'll check.
Oh, I have 1. Okay.
Making sure we have all the rest.
Right.
Mhm.
For the members of the board, I'm going to begin my questioning regarding page 13 of this exhibit, which is specifically a permit for cremation of human remains. I think I counted it right. It might be page 14, but I think it's page 13. Mr. Parham, one of the questions that we've had is cremations and the requirement to keep records regarding cremations. Do you understand that? Is that a yes? And you see here on page 13 of Exhibit 4, it says Tennessee Department of Health Office of Vital Records Permit for Cremation of Human Remains. Do you see that? Looking at the document in front of you.
Yes.
Okay, is this a record that you maintain in your office?
Did I?
Yes. Did you maintain this record, this piece of paper, in your office? Did you keep it in your files? Okay. Now, I need you to speak up because I need you to, I didn't quite hear what you said. I think you said, well, I'm not going to say what I think you said. What did you say? Did you keep this in your files? You kept this cremation record in your files, correct? And you kept all of these records in your files, correct? Is that a yes?
You need to say yes or no, Mr.
Oh,
Parham.
yes, sir, yeah.
Now, when the inspector came out and requested these records, can you tell the board members why you did not have them immediately available at that time? In other words, when Mr. Keezy came out and said, "Let me see your records," why did you not have these records at that time? What do you mean you didn't understand what he was talking about? Why didn't you produce these records at that time? And you said you didn't understand what he was asking for, right? Okay. Why didn't you understand what he was asking for? Did he specifically say, "Let me see the death certificate of all the case files that you've had in the past year"? Do you remember?
You have to speak in the microphone, please.
Don't cover up your mouth, 'cause that basically hinders me from listening. Okay, so why were you not able to produce those records at that time? Just answer my question. Back in July and August of 2015, first of all, you would agree with me that you were not able to produce those records at that time, right? Okay. Can you tell the board why you were not able to produce those records at that time?
You're gonna have to speak up.
Oh, this one's first one talks about Coleman. You know what I'm talking about?
I see it. So my question to you is, why were you not able to produce this record to the inspector when he came out? Would you agree with me that you don't keep very good records? Yeah.
Yes, but I haven't had very much problem.
Okay. But you do keep records, right? Is that a yes? And you kept these records. Is that a yes? You gotta answer yes.
Yes.
Okay. You gotta answer into the microphone.
Yes.
All right. As far as these records go, you're able to produce them today, right? Okay. Now let me ask you this. As far as your practices and your funeral home, are you trying to deceive anybody with your casket prices?
Giving away I'm too much.
Okay.
And that's my problem. That's why those people came in and helped me with the record. I've been letting too many. That was I just didn't. I'm not trying to. And the other guy came around with this, and showed me how to do it.
Now let me ask you this. Are you willing to cooperate with future investigations or future inspections by this board and by its inspector? Okay, so going back to July and August, were you cooperating with the inspector back in July and August of 2015? The reason why we're here, were you cooperating with Mr. Keezy? Okay. Are you willing to follow any recommendations from this board to make sure that you are compliant with its rules? In other words, if these gentlemen tell you, hey, you got to do something, are you willing to do it? I'll pass the witness.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Parham?
In the document number 4, all the prices, the casket prices, none of them line up with the casket price list. Is there a reason for that? You just discounting them at the time? Is that what you're doing? All the documents in what we were just given, what you've got in your right hand,
Okay.
okay?
Exhibit 4.
Exhibit number 4, if you go through here and on your statements of goods and services, on each one of them, none of the casket prices nor descriptions line up with the casket price list, which is Exhibit 2.
Now those are numbers.
Speak up. Did you say they were new?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Parham, when did you start using exhibit number 2, your casket price list?
Well, I haven't used it yet, but the guy came in and prices that everybody could be able to see without being he changed them, but he just didn't. It's more than I had been using, so. fits or nothing. That's what I'm trying to say.
Mr. Parham, it's your funeral home. Do you have a preparation room? Do you have an embalming room?
I used to and started using.
To speak up in the microphone.
I used to use one, then myself. But now,
Speak up, sir, into the microphone.
oh, okay.
Parham, scoot up.
Okay.
Scoot up.
Okay, ask me the question again.
You have a preparation room or an embalming room at your funeral home?
Yeah, but it's not. After a while, I had somebody else to come in and do the call.
Someone else embalms the bodies for you.
Yeah, I did for a while until I learned, and then I found other people that were helping me.
You signed all the death certificates that you embalmed the body.
If I do, yeah.
But you don't have a preparation room to do the embalming, though.
I don't do that now. It's been a long time since I did that.
You signed the death certificate in 2015 that you did it.
I do what?
You signed a death certificate in 2015 that you did the embalming. On Exhibit 4.
Oh.
You have to speak up, sir.
Robert Holman.
Record. Can we say exactly where the signature is for the person that does the? I'll know where it is, but I need it for the record. Also, honestly, I need to know where it is.
22C.
Middle of the page.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You're asking him about page 1?
Page 1.
Yeah. First page, Mr. Parham, of Exhibit 4.
If it's okay, may I approach the witness to point that
That's
out?
fine. Thank you.
You know, actually, it applies to every death certificate that we have in this packet,
And if I can just to show.
not just page 1, but every death certificate.
Yes. Sir. Just referring to-
You embalmed this body? In 2015.
Oh. Sometimes I have people to operate the embalming. And that's why I started allowing people to help me.
In Exhibit 1, it states that you use Music City Mortuary for your embalming. On page 4 of Exhibit 1.
Oh yeah, but they did it. They started later and started doing that for me, because I didn't know you had companies that did like that. If that's what you're talking about, yeah. Lately, I hadn't been.
You signed your name to someone else embalming the body then?
When?
2015.
2015. Yeah.
Okay.
This been some of them. There's one right here. It's 215.
Mr. Parham, do you remember embalming Mr. Holman? And I'm referring to page 1 of Exhibit 4.
Holman.
Mm-hmm. It says Robert Holman at the top of the page. Do you remember embalming him personally?
personally, let's see, who bought? You wanna know
Bombed him.
who embalmed him?
Page one of that exhibit that you're looking at.
Just the very first page.
I'm Robert Holman. We had his funeral. That's what you're talking about.
Did you embalm him?
Robert Holman. I haven't embalmed in a long time.
How long, Mr. Parham? What do you mean by long time?
Well, I've got
5 years, 10 years, 15 years?
City was who took up most of mine for a long time, and then they would bring the remains back to me.
How many years have they embalmed for you?
Oh, they were doing good. Yeah, they worked with me for 5, 6 years, something like that.
So are you saying that they embalmed for you for 5 or 6 years?
At least.
Okay. And then in exhibit number 4 that you're looking at, you have 8 embalming or death certificates that you have signed the death certificate, and you stated that you embalmed the bodies, but you did not.
Which one?
It would be page 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 17, and 19. Embalm these bodies?
What year are you talking about?
Look at exhibit 4. Exhibit 4 on your copy in front of you.
This one?
Hold it up so I can see.
Robert Holman.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And I think you've already answered that. Did you embalm that gentleman?
I didn't do it myself.
Okay.
See, you have sometimes we for us.
So if you have not embalmed in 5 or 6 years, then it would be fair to say that none of these bodies you embalmed.
Back then, I think I did. It hadn't been that long. And like I said, this last guy, his name is Robert Holman. It's been a lot.
Said you have not embalmed a body in 5 or 6 years for your funeral home?
Right, maybe more than that.
More than that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because I was pretty tired.
Mr. Parham, when did you receive your license? Do you remember?
I'd have to go look it up and see when I came here, because I was in the Navy, and I got out of the Navy. I had to look that up.
Remember when you got out of the Navy?
I'd have to look it up. Been so long.
You don't remember when you became a funeral director and an embalmer?
Ask me that again.
You don't remember when you became a funeral director and an embalmer with the state of Tennessee?
But I could find out the exact time. Records. You can get that if you need it.
Questions of the witness by the board?
Follow up concerning the casket price list. Mr. Parham, you said that exhibit number 2 is fairly new. Okay.
Looking at the right thing.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And it appears that through the factual allegations of part of the notice of hearing and charges,
Mm-hmm.
this was produced possibly in August the 10th of 2015. There's only one case in Exhibit 4 that is after that date, and that contract does not match up with your casket price list.
What is your question?
Why didn't this contract in September of 2015 match the prices on your casket price list, which was Exhibit 2?
Can I get up?
Do you want to look at it? It's in
Yeah.
front of you.
Oh, okay, now, what about it?
It's on page, it's actually number 6 in Exhibit 4 is your contract on Mr. Paul Chapman. And it does not match up, the casket price does not match up with page 1 of Exhibit number 2.
These are two different, this is the new one, right here.
Right.
And then, Robert Holman, that's a friend of mine.
Turn to page 6 of that document you got your left hand on.
On page 6. Okay.
Should be Mr. Chapman.
So for the record, it's a statement of funeral goods and service select.
Yes. Okay. It shows a casket with a price of $700.
$700?
Where is it on the,
Merchandise.
under merchandise, right in the middle of the page? Page 6.
Metal,
What
silver,
Mr. Grimmett just
$700.
showed you.
Yes.
Yes, it shows $700, doesn't it?
Okay.
You see that? Okay. Where is that casket on your casket price list? Which is that document on your, by your right hand?
Any of those were embalmed through,
No, I'm not talking about anybody.
Oh.
I'm talking about the casket. That's all I'm talking about.
okay.
Mr. Parham, where's that casket on that page there in your right hand?
Got the right, these.
All right, and so the record's clear, you're referencing Exhibit 2. Okay.
Oh, all I know is we've never used these yet, 'cause we just had them changed.
Other questions?
Yes, sir.
You use the place to have your cremations performed?
Something else you wanted to say about Exhibit 2? Well,
This, I haven't done anything with that, have I?
the question was asked that on page 6 of Exhibit 4, you had a casket price of $700, and it did not match
That
page-
match what?
page 1 of Exhibit 2, and they were asking for an explanation for that.
Here? Fiber box, is this what you're talking about? Is this what you're talking about?
Price here of $700 for that casket.
Nobody got buried, it don't look like.
This is the casket right here.
Uh-huh.
They were asking if you could explain that, and at one point you said you have not used the price list on Exhibit 2. Well, what we'll do, we'll come back, and if Mr. Grimmett wants to go over that with you, we'll let him. Are there any other questions by the board?
I want to go back to the question I was asking him.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. That's what I wanted to
Who cremates your bodies that you want to be cremated? Four years?
Yeah.
You have to speak up, please, Mr. Duffer.
Who cremates your bodies?
I just told you. We had
Had a family that chose cremation, what facility would you use?
if I was going to get cremation, I would use matter of fact, for a long time they were doing all my embalming work.
Based on exhibit number 4, page 13, Music City cremated a body for you. Yes? Would you agree with that?
What year is it? Yeah, huh? Yeah, we had one that year.
You have a record showing their last inspection where you could show the inspector when he comes?
Say that again now?
Do you keep a, do they provide you with a document? Do you
Oh,
keep
yeah,
a-
I got all kind of records, yeah. I can bring them to you. You want me to? Stacks and stacks of that.
Why did you not provide the documents to Mr. Keezy then, the day that he came?
What's it again?
You said you had all the documents. Why did you not provide him the documents the day that he did the inspection on July the 29th?
I don't know why he didn't. Because I've been knowing him a long time.
Have an argument with Mr. Keezy?
I don't know if you call it an argument or not.
Did you start yelling at Mr. Keezy?
Did I start? The guy that, what is he?
Keezy is the inspector.
Oh, well. Oh, over here. Shucks, I don't know about that.
Speak into the microphone, please.
Where he is. So I can't. Now, let's see.
The question was whether or not you had an argument with him in July in 2015. Do you know?
Argument.
Do you remember yelling at the inspector and beating on his car window?
No, I don't remember that.
Could that have happened?
Wasn't he over here today?
He just asked you, could that have happened? That was the question.
What he's been doing, I can't. I know he came here and he was upset, but Paul Chapman, this one you pointed to, he's deceased.
What?
He also was asking me about this $700 fee. Paul Chapman was the one that was deceased. He's 2015. And Paul Chapman.
I would ask Mr. Parham to just answer the questions.
And this one was
Mr. Parman, just respond, and you've answered the last question. Are there any other questions of the witness?
On your cremations, when you have one, how long does it normally take from the time the person passes away do you cremate them?
I haven't been cremating in several years.
If you cremated a person, do you normally get paperwork today and cremate tomorrow, or you wait a couple of weeks? How long does it normally take for you to cremate someone?
I don't cremate. I take
It's
them
not
out
a
to
service that's
Music
offered.
Music City does all
Okay,
that.
how long does it take Music City to cremate for you?
Well, I haven't done that for a long time. But when I was doing it, it was he could embalm them and come right sometimes the same day.
Noticed on the application for the cremation permit, the person passed away April the 1st. They wasn't cremated till the 22nd.
21st to what?
April the 1st to the 22nd. 21 days elapsed in there.
What is the question?
I was asking how long you normally takes him to get someone cremated. Is it normally a 3-week period for you to get someone cremated?
Sometimes, when is that now? I got to hear about that now.
For the record, you're referring to page 13 of Exhibit 4.
Yes, that's correct. Exhibit 4, page 13. How long the time elapses between death to cremation?
Sometimes they're real busy and sometimes they're not. But usually, I don't get when I was doing it as much. Well, they can come and get them faster as they get better. Now they got another facility too. So it's not really a. I think they got another facility also. They got 3. It would, they could take care of mine. Cause I. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I believe you've answered it. Anything further? Council, do you all have any redirect or recross?
Commissioner Approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Parham, handing you, showing you a copy of.
Oh, I don't know that. I know that's 5/2015. I can't read the rest of it. OC something.
So you can see the number 5.
Is that correct?
Okay, but you can see the number 5 and.
Ask you who signed it. He asked you what the date is.
Oh, the date? 2015.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So last time that Mr. Keezy came to your establishment was in July 2015, August 2015. Yes.
When you ask that question again?
And then 5 in 2015, correct?
He's just asking you what the date is. That's all he's asking. And ask that. He asked what the date is.
I know that.
Did you retrieve this from the health department?
I think most of the time they have to. I think they do.
This was 2005, 2015. Mr. Keezy came in July and August of 2015, correct?
Go ahead and sit down, Mr. Parham. You don't have to stand up. And it's the same date. The question, you don't need to look at that to answer his question. Go ahead and sit down. The question was about when Mr. Keezy came. Do you remember when that is, the actual date? All right, he's answered the question. He said he didn't remember. Any further questions?
One of the questions that the board members has been asking about is this casket that you sold for $700. You understand that? Yeah, you sold a casket for $700. You understand that?
Yes or no?
I'd sell them for less than that if I could.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Why are you selling it for $700 if your casket price list is a lot more expensive?
Because I know how it is. I don't want to charge people's eyeballs out.
All right, you can step down, Mr. Parham. Gregory, you get those exhibits, please.
I will.
Should be 2 and 4. Gregory, any further proof? Closing argument?
Members of the board, state has put on evidence today detailing an inspection, one of which we have a inspection report for in July of 2015, evidenced by the preponderance. And keep in mind that this is preponderance of the evidence that the inspection was not complete, and Mr. Parham has an obligation as a duly licensed funeral home establishment and a director to may have complied previously, but that's not the point. On that day, he did. Right with Mr. Keezy to the extent that he had to call Mr. Gribble to ask what to do to get some guidance because he wasn't able to complete the inspection. Apparently, on the second trip in August of 2015, it was much the same, although there may have been a few more items that were retrieved. For example, exhibit number 2. When you begin to look then further down into the weeds, if you will, you're going to see discrepancies, as many of you have already were issues with the general price list. There were problems with the casket price. One of the records, specifically in exhibit number 4, doubtful that was actually produced to the inspector that state's position would be that that wasn't there that day. He retrieved that sometime in October. In terms of deception, gentlemen, that's why you're here, is sort of to make that question of fact. What is deception? ABC Funeral Home is not the same as V. Parham Funeral Home. I understand that his price lists don't match up exactly, and in fact, in some cases, he may be charging less, which, when we're talking about deception, you would tend to believe they would be charging more, and less, it's less. But the point is that it doesn't match up. He went to V. Parham Funeral Home, he didn't go to ABC Funeral Home. The gravamen of this case is whether or not Mr. Parham complied, or rather cooperated with the state. He did not on this day. And it was to the extent that inspectors had to make a decision to go out a second time. Based on what you've seen today as well, there should be some issue in your mind. You all know better than anyone that this is a very sensitive business. It's family comes to the disposition of their loved ones and friends remain. You have to hold this individual to the highest standard. You have to hold him to the standard, period, that's
talking about revocation, of course, that is the worst possible sanction that you can place on someone. And here, the state has, of course, carried the burden of proof to show that they have proven a violation of all these different rules that they placed in their notice of charges. And they have 7 different types of violations. And I'm referring to page 3 of the notice of charges, because that's what we have to go by. We are limited to the allegations contained in this notice of charges. You can't go beyond that. They can't come out here and say that he's mentally incompetent if they didn't put it in the notice of charges. Just like this board can't find that, and if it does, then that might be an issue if we had to take it up on appeal. So I would tell you from a legal perspective, we are limited to what's contained in this notice of charges. As the first allegation is that he violated Tennessee Comp Rules and Regulations 0660-11-.6.061, which is basically that he engaged in any unfair or deceptive acts or practices defined in the funeral rule, failed to comply with any preventive requirements specified in the funeral rule, or engaged in any other act, omission, or practice that is misleading or deceptive. Now, you as the board members, it is your right and duty to interpret this rule for all of us. Now, the ultimate question for me and for a lot of people is going to be whether there is a requirement of intent. Does this rule require that he intend to engage in any unfair or deceptive acts or practices? Does this rule require that he intend to fail to comply with any preventive requirements? And does this rule require that he intend to engage in any other act, omission, or practice that is misleading or deceptive? Now, here he had a price list. Now, if he was charging more than that price list, that might be deceptive. If he came in and said, well, I need to charge you $10,000, even though my price list says I only charge people $2,000, that might be deceptive. But here he's charging $750 for something where the cheapest one, it looks like it's about $2,000. The question before the board, is that practice deceptive? We would argue that it is not. And there is not an intent to deceive, there is not an intent to fraud, there is not an intent to violate the rule. Next, all records subject to inspection by Federal Trade Commission officials as provided in the funeral rule shall be made available to the board or its authorized representative under the same terms. Now here, I think we can all agree that Mr. Parham did not have the records available on either July 29, 2015 or August 10, 2015. But available to this board as of today. So we would ask that that be dismissed as well, considering that he is followed and is compliant with that. Next, prior to utilizing the crematory, the funeral director shall obtain and maintain a copy of the crematory's current license and further maintain a copy of the results of the latest regulatory scheduled inspection of the crematory by the state in which the facility is located, if that state inspects crematories. And I might be saying crematory incorrectly, that's just the way I pronounce it. Here, we don't have any records as far as what he kept of the crematory, but also, he said that he hasn't used the crematory in a while. Of course, we do have the cremation that occurred, that's on page 13 of Exhibit 4. I'll defer to the board to determine what kind of sanctions are required if he did not keep that kind of record. If you don't keep that kind of record, does that mean that your license needs to be suspended, sanctioned, or revoked, considering that's what the state is asking for in this case? Next, prior to utilizing a crematory, the funeral director shall deliver a written disclosure to the authorizing agent or agents. The written disclosure shall, at a minimum, include the name, telephone number, and address of the in-state or out-of-state crematory, provide for the specific consent of the authorizing agent or agents for the use of the in-state or out-of-state crematory, be signed and dated by the funeral director and the authorizing agent or agents, and be retained by the Tennessee funeral director at a licensed Tennessee funeral establishment with a copy provided to the authorizing agent or agents. Here we would argue that that particular requirement is on page 13 through 15 of Exhibit 4 as far as the documentation that's necessary. Next, a licensee shall not unreasonably fail to cooperate with an authorized representative acting in accordance with this chapter. Well, in this case, really all we have is just the testimony of Mr. Keezy, whether Mr. Parham was cooperating with this particular investigation. But I would refer you to what I believe Mr. Keezy's investigation. I believe it's Exhibit 1 or 2. Exhibit 1. Now, I think we all agree that records are certainly better than memories, considering Mr. Keezy couldn't even remember that he had received the sample price list on August 10th. In fact, he even said, I don't know how it got here. So certainly records are better than memories. What's interesting about this investigative report, there's nothing in here about Mr. Parham arguing with Mr. Keezy. There's nothing in here about Mr. Parham coming out and banging on his door. In fact, if you look at page 4 of Exhibit 2, down at the remarks, all you'll see is I could not complete the inspection. The price list had many violations. The latest inspection report of the crematory was not available at the time of the inspection. There was no casket price list. For the I think it says the outer burial container price list to review along with other necessary documentation. There's absolutely nothing in here that says that Mr. Parham failed to cooperate with this investigation. And certainly records are better than memories, considering that our own inspector couldn't remember what kind of documentation he received on August 10th. We would argue that the state has failed to meet its burden, that Mr. Parham did not cooperate with the inspector. And if they fail to meet their burden, that has to be dismissed. Next, the board may refuse to grant or may suspend, revoke, or refuse to renew any license granted to any person under this chapter if the applicant for or holder of the license has been guilty of immoral or unprofessional conduct. Well, I would ask the board members, where is the immoral or unprofessional conduct in this particular case? There are no, and again, we're limited to the allegations contained in this notice of charges. Where in this notice of charges does it say immoral or unethical behavior? There might be other evidence, but again, we are limited to these allegations. If you want to go outside these allegations, that's fine. But that is something to consider in your deliberations when we give you the right to deliberate. Finally, the board board may refuse to grant or may suspend, revoke, or refuse to renew any license granted to any person under this chapter if failure to comply with any of the provisions of this chapter or any rule or regulation promulgated or adopted by the board. We would argue that the state's evidence has not met the burden of proof. You have heard Mr. Keezy, you have heard Mr. Parham. As far as the allegations go, the records that were maintained, the actions that were taken, they do not meet a necessity for revocation. Therefore, we would ask that it be dismissed.
Board, why don't we take a short break, then we'll come back. I'll give you a charge and you can deliberate. Board has now heard the proof in the matter of V.E. Parham and Son Funeral Home and Virgil Parham III. It is now my duty to charge you as to the law you must follow in reaching your decision. You are the exclusive judges of the facts of this case. You're also the exclusive judges of the law, specifically your statutes, rules, and regulations and their application to this case. You should apply the law to the facts in deciding this case under the direction of my charge. You exclusively have the authority to make findings of fact and reach conclusions of law in this matter. Participate in your deliberations. The state has alleged that the respondent has violated certain of your statutes and rules. It is the state's burden to prove its allegations by preponderance of the evidence. Do not confuse this standard with the higher standard of beyond a reasonable doubt used in criminal court proceedings. Preponderance of the evidence means the greater weight of the evidence, or that there is sufficient proven information to cause you to believe that the state's allegations provide the more probable conclusion based upon all the evidence presented. Inquiry into violations of rules and statutes to those that were specifically alleged in the state's notice of hearing and charges. And you must base your determination solely on the evidence presented to you during this hearing. You must not infer from any of my rulings or instructions that I hold any view or opinion for or against any party. None of my remarks have been intended to indicate an opinion as to the facts or what your decision should be. Instructions in any direction is repeated or stated in varying ways. It is for clarity, not special emphasis. You are not to single out any certain sentence, individual point, or instruction and ignore the others, but are to regard each in the light of the others. The order in which the instructions are given does not signify their relative importance. Evidence consists of the testimony given by the witnesses during the hearing and the exhibits introduced in the evidence, which you may review during your deliberation. Statements and arguments by the attorneys in this case, documents in the technical record, such as any proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law, are not evidence. You may use these arguments and documents to assist you in making your findings of fact and conclusions of law, but you should do so only after careful consideration and a determination that they accurately reflect your own independent recollection of the evidence in your own. The law requires that your decision be made solely upon the competent evidence before you. Evidence that has been excluded from your consideration was excluded because it was not legally admissible, and you must assume that it has no value to you in reaching. Make your findings of fact based solely on the evidence presented to you at this hearing. There are two kinds of evidence, direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as testimony of a witness about what the witness personally observed. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence that gives you clues about what happened. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a fact or a group of facts that cause you to conclude that another fact exists. It is for you to decide whether a fact has been proved by circumstantial evidence. If you base your decision upon circumstantial evidence, you must be convinced that the conclusion you reach is more probable than any other explanation. You are to consider both direct and circumstantial evidence. The law permits you to give equal weight to both, but it is for you to decide how much weight to give any evidence. In making your decision, you must consider all the evidence in light of reason, experience, and common sense. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the credibility or believability of the witnesses who have testified in this case. You must decide which one you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You are not required to accept or reject everything a witness says. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. So you must consider all the evidence. You're not required to accept all the evidence as true or accurate. You should not decide any issue by the simple process of counting any number of witnesses who have testified on each side. There may be discrepancies or differences within a witness's testimony or between the testimony of different witnesses. This does not necessarily mean that a witness should be disbelieved. Sometimes when two people observe an event, they will see or hear it differently. Sometimes a witness may have an innocent lapse of memory. Witnesses may testify honestly but simply be wrong about what they thought they saw or remembered. You should consider whether a discrepancy relates to an important fact or only to an unimportant detail. The state has charged a respondent with violating certain of your statutes and rules. For each of these charges, you must determine whether the alleged violation has been proven by preponderance of the evidence, and specify in the findings of fact portion of your order the specific underlying facts that support your decision. In making your determinations, it may be necessary for you to interpret your statutes and your rules. When the language of the statute or rule is plain, then you must follow the plain meaning of that language. However, if the language is ambiguous, you may give your interpretation of that language so as to explain the conclusion you reach as to the violation charge. So you may only consider the competent evidence presented during this hearing in making your decision. This does not mean that you're required to set aside your common knowledge or training. The Administrative Procedures Act specifically requires your order to contain 4 sections: findings of fact, conclusions of law, a decision regarding what action shall be taken, if any, and the policy reasons for your decision and determination. Making your findings of fact, you must make your evaluation of the testimony given by each of the witnesses and any exhibits admitted. You must then give that testimony or other evidence the weight and credibility that you deem proper. Once you've made your findings of fact, you must decide if the respondent's activity constitutes a violation of your rules and statutes, as alleged in the notice of hearing. And if so, you must state those determinations in your conclusions of law. Your decision must include sufficient analysis of the evidence to clearly demonstrate how the facts of the case support your conclusion. Your conclusions of law should make appropriate specific references to your findings of fact to articulate linkages and connections between the 2 sections of your final order. If you decide that there has been a violation of a statute or rule, you must then decide what disciplinary action is appropriate in accordance with your legal authority and case. Finally, a policy reason must accompany your determination to state why the decision you render in this situation is appropriate. Policy reason tells the public and reviewing courts why your decision in this case is proper. It is simply a short statement as to why the decision you have made is correct. Your deliberations must be in public before all parties. Any action taken by the board must pass by majority vote of the panel. If you have any questions about the facts presented, you may, by majority vote, reopen the proof and hear further testimony from witnesses and/or argument from counsel. As far as proposed findings, I believe, counsel for the state, you said you did have proposed findings to present to the board?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you can pass those out. Members of the board, you can consider the proposed findings and conclusions as you make your determination. Remember, you're not bound by any party's proposed findings and conclusions. Instead, they've only been submitted as a guide as to what counsel thinks the proof has shown. It is up to you to determine what actually has been proven. I'll now turn the hearing over to the board chairperson. Pass those up, the proposed findings?
I wasn't sure if Mr. Gribble and I were going to have competing proposed orders, so we're making a copy of just the one that we have. We'll just present that to the one that I come up with.
Record, we would disagree with his proposed findings. So.
But so that you're clear, they both have the opportunity to present something in writing, and the state has something in writing they want to present, and Mr. Grimmett does not have something in writing. Okay. Trying to say the fact that he did not submit one, he does not agree to what they have submitted as.
That's correct, Judge.
While we're waiting, let me just add for purposes of the court reporter to assist her, to make sure you only speak one at a time, and that you, thinking to yourself, don't be talking out loud where you're thinking out loud and speaking, because it makes it hard on her. She doesn't know if you're meaning to talk or if you're just, as I said, thinking out loud. So, and there's 7 of you, so try not to step on each other when you're talking and discussing about things. Thank you.
Start with findings of fact, just take them one by one.
Yes, you have to begin with findings of fact, be the best way to do it.
Start with the findings of facts with number one, and after we get through with each one of them, we'll take a vote on the board.
At all relevant times, respondent Virgil Parham III was manager of V.E. Parham and Son Funeral Home. Are we all in agreement with that?
Favor say aye.
Motion in a second, procedurally.
Probably a motion and a second and an opportunity for discussion if,
I'll so move.
Second.
So, motion by Mr. Cochran, second by Mr. Rom. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So to the second one.
On July 29, 2015, an inspector with the board attempted to conduct an inspection of the establishment of E. Parham and Son Funeral Home. During that inspection, A, respondent's general price list was not valid. Specifically, it did not have an effective date, was marked as sample, and was not filled out completely and correctly. I'll go with number B as well. Respondent did not give the inspector a casket price list, an outer burial price list, or the latest inspection report from the crematory. C, during the inspection, the inspector called the board's office. In order to speak with the board office, the inspector went into his car. Respondent manager then started yelling at the inspector and beating on the car window. D, the inspector gathered his papers and left the establishment.
Have a motion?
Motion to accept as
I'll second.
Have a motion by Mr. Rom, a second by Mr. Helms. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Number three.
Respondent obstructed an inspection and failed to cooperate with the board.
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Mr. Cochran, second by Mr. Bridges. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Number four.
On August 10, 2015, the board inspector returned to the respondent's establishment to complete the inspection. During that inspection, A, respondent's general price list was not valid. Specifically, it did not have an effective date, was marked as sample, was not filled out completely and correctly. B, respondent's casket price list was not valid. Specifically, it was marked as sample. It stated that it was for ABC Funeral Home, and it was not filled in. C, respondent's outer burial container price list was not valid. Specifically, it was marked as sample, was not filled in, and had no effective date. D, respondent stated he had 5 cases in 2014 and 3 in 2015. However, respondent could not produce 5 of those files. E, of the 3 files that were produced for inspection, one only had a death certificate in it. 2, only one was missing the one was missing the cremation authorization form and statement of funeral goods and services. 3, one did not have any pricing information, and merchandise was not sufficiently identified on the statement of funeral goods and services.
Motion to accept it.
Motion by Mr. Duffer, a second by Mr. Rom. Any further discussion?
I do have one question on this
Okay.
one. So, at one point, the state did acknowledge that Exhibit 2, so State Exhibit 2, was most likely obtained at the time of that second inspection. And so, if we believe that Exhibit 2 was obtained at that time, as we are looking at it right now, then it actually does have the price lists. I mean, again, not necessarily correctly filled out, but it does have the prices filled in. The name is still incorrect, but we might want to make that one small correction if...
Judge, on this one with number 4, since it's got so many sub areas, do we still make a ruling on this as a whole, or do you break them out?
You don't have to follow this. You can make your own findings of facts. I read that to you in my charge. This has just been submitted as a guide. You can make them however your own findings of facts. That's what you should do. You're making findings of facts, and if you want to take them, if you want to use the guide and take them one at a time and just do 4A and talk about it by itself, you can do that. And you can add to that language, subtract to it, not use it at all. It's up to you.
Why don't we take them as A, B, and C?
For A.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Helms, second by Mr. Rom. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Now to B.
So moved.
Second.
Helms, a second by Mr. Duffer. All in favor say aye.
So sorry about that. So this is
Okay.
where I had the discussion. So I'm good with it until we get to and it was not filled in, because if we believe that we got it the way that we are looking at it now, it actually was filled in. So again, I'm fine with it. It was not valid because it said ABC Funeral Home and marked as sample, because we see that here, but we also see that it actually is filled in.
Won't you make the amended motion?
Yeah. So I'll make a motion that we approve 4B, omitting, and it was not filled in.
I'll second that amended motion.
Motion by Mr. Cochran, a second by Mr. Helms on B, to be omitted. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Now to C.
Second.
A motion by Mr. Rom, a second by Mr. Helms.
Aye.
Any further discussion?
Ask for the discussion before the vote, so why don't you just go back and redo that?
Discussion on C. So we have a motion by Mr. Helms, a second by Mr. Rom. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Now to D. Discussion on D. Rom,
Second.
second by Mr. Duffer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Now to E. I, part of it.
I guess my one, while certainly that is a fact, I don't know if it's a relevant fact since it's actually not breaking any law or rule. It was stated by Mr. Gribble that it's an industry standard, but not necessarily in violation of any rule. So again, while that's true, I'm not sure if that's relevant to this.
When you're just saying
Okay.
that.
We have a motion on I.
No, I didn't make that motion. I'm
Right,
just
I
saying-
said, do we have a motion on
Okay.
I? I fails for lack of a motion. So we move to the 2. The discussion.
I'll second.
Okay, so we got a motion by Mr. Rom, a second by Mr. Cochran on 2. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Now to the 3.
Motion to accept.
Second.
Mr. Cochran, and a second from Mr. Duffer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None at the conclusion of the law.
Number one, respondent's acts and conduct constitute a violation of Tennessee Code Annotated Rules Regulations 0660-11-.06. 1, which states in pertinent part the following. No funeral director, embalmer, or establishment shall, A, engage in any unfair or deceptive acts or practices defined in the funeral rule. B, fail to comply with any preventative requirements specified in the funeral rule. Or C, engage in any other act, omissions, or practice that is misleading or deceptive. I think it's
Question on 1.
Clarification from Your Honor. Information that was stated today by the witness in regards to embalming, even though it was not in the original order,
Not in the you said order, in the original notice of hearing and charges, right? No, you're not to consider that. You're just to consider what was in the.
I think this is the major point of discussion. This is a very important part of conclusion of law.
Go ahead.
I think it's my opinion that the documents that we've reviewed today, the casket price list and the statement of goods and services, that proper dates, do not have proper headings as required by the funeral rule. Supposed to present ourselves to the public and how we are trusted or not trusted. And it's my opinion that the lack of this on these documents and the lack of concern for these things not being on these documents is alarming to me as an operator of a funeral home. I can't myself see me trying to work with a family and not have the proper forms and proper identification. It would discredit me.
Question on 1.
I think further to Mr. Rom's comment. Documents provided to us, there were 3 separate charges for
Motion, Mr. Rom, a second by Mr. Bridges. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Respondent's acts and conduct constitute a violation of Tennessee Code Rules and Regulations 0660-11-.07, which states in pertinent part the following. 1, all records subject to inspection by Federal Trade Commission officials, as provided in the funeral rule, shall be made available to the board or its authorized representatives under the same terms. 2, a licensee shall submit, upon request of the board or the board's designee, any records kept by the licensee in the normal course of business.
Question on number 2.
I think the state proved number 2.
I'll make a motion to accept.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Cochran, second, Mr. Helms. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Number 3.
Respondent's acts and conduct constitute a violation of Tennessee Code annotated 62-5-107C2, which states in pertinent part the following. Prior to utilizing a crematory, the funeral director shall, 2, obtain and maintain a copy of the crematory's current license and further maintain a copy of the results of the latest regularly scheduled inspection of the crematory by the state in which the facility is located, if that state inspects crematories.
Any discussion on 3?
I'll make a motion to approve 3 as written.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Helms, a second by Mr. Duffer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Number 4.
Respondent's acts and conduct constitute a violation of Tennessee Code annotated 62-5-107C3, which states in pertinent part the following. Prior to utilizing a crematory, the funeral director shall, 3, deliver a written disclosure to the authorizing agent or agents. The written disclosure shall, at minimum, A, include the name, telephone number, and address of the in-state or out-of-state crematory. B, provide for the specific consent of the authorizing agent or agents for the use of the in-state or out-of-state crematory. C, be signed and dated by the funeral director and authorizing agent or agents. And D, be retained by the Tennessee funeral director at the licensed Tennessee funeral establishment with a copy provided to the authorizing agent or agents.
Any discussion on 4?
Move to accept.
Motion, Mr. Davis, second, Mr. Rom. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Number 5.
Respondent's acts and conduct constitute a violation of Tennessee Code annotated 62-5-208D, which states in pertinent part the following. A licensee shall not reasonably fail to cooperate with an authorized representative acting in accordance with this chapter. Second.
Motion by Mr. Rom, second by Mr. Helms. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Number 6.
Respondent's acts and conduct constitute a violation of Tennessee Code annotated 62-5-317A4, which states in pertinent part the following. The board may refuse to grant or may suspend, revoke, or refuse to renew any license granted to the persons under this chapter if, 4, the applicant for or holder of the license has been guilty of immoral or professional conduct.
Discussion on 6. Motion by Mr. Rom, second Mr. Bridges. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Now to number 7.
Respondent's acts and conduct constitute a violation of Tennessee Code annotated 62-5-317B17, which states in pertinent part the following. The board may refuse to grant or may suspend, revoke, or refuse to renew any license granted to any person under this chapter if, 17, failure to comply with any of the provisions of this chapter or any rule or regulation promulgated or adopted by the board.
Any further discussion for 7?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Rom, a second by Mr. Helms. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Start this, let me change the order here. Let me start with number 2 first. Respondent is assessed a civil penalty of $2,000 against his funeral director's license and embalmer's license, which shall be paid within 30 days of the effective date of this final order.
And meaning a total of $2,000, not $2,000. So just, is that how you are interpreting it? A total of 2,000?
And I think that was noted in the notice of hearing and charges where the state limited that. I'm trying to find that.
Right, it does. I see that now, and not more than 2,000.
Right, so it's capped at 2,000.
Mm-hmm.
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Mr. Helms, a second by Mr. Rom, for the respondent to assess the civil penalty of $2,000 against his funeral director's and his bomber's license, which should be paid within 30 days of the effective date of this final order. All agree to this, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'll go number 3. The respondent is assessed cost of hearing in this case, which shall be paid within 30 days of being served with a copy of the bill of cost and copy of invoice of per diem costs for the court reporter. Second.
Now, we'll say just on if this is the time for discussion, we have discussed, I think, in the past doing a cap on that as well. I don't know if that's something we want to do in this case, because I have no idea what those charges would reach. But and I guess I just say that mainly for that reason, because I have no clue, if that would be.
Do you know what the charges could reach?
I can't speculate on that.
Okay.
The state didn't cap it in their notice of hearing and charges. I would just, I don't have a problem taking it as it's written.
Okay.
So a motion by Mr. Helms and a second by Mr. Rom, is that correct? Correct. On number 3. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Go back to number 1. The respondent's funeral director's license, number 3106, and establishment license, number 3103, shall be revoked for a period of 6 months commencing on the date of this final order, becomes effective, and shall be automatically reinstated immediately following this 6-month period.
Any discussion?
That's only up to the board. The proof's been closed, argument's been closed. They can only reopen proof or arguments of counsel by vote.
I'd like to hear what the attorney has to say.
Does the board like to hear what he has to say?
On a motion.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Members, this, of course, is a proposed findings of fact, conclusions of law, and disposition. The original notice of hearing and charges stated as for a revocation of the respondent establishment's license, for not a period of time, just a flat revocation. So just want to make that clear. Up to you all, but the state's position when he filed the notice was for a straight revocation of the establishment license, period.
Notice that.
All right, and since he was allowed to make an argument, Mr. Grimmett's allowed also to make any response.
The only thing I would say is, of course, rather than revocation, if you're going to be asking for some kind of 6-month period, we'd ask for a suspension, and that the word revoked be replaced with the word suspended, if you're going to go that far.
We're allowed, as a board, to come up with our own as well, aren't we?
Right.
Okay. One thing that's not mentioned here is if we do suspend or revoke his license, I wouldn't want them to be reinstated unless he's in good standing with the field representative and meeting all our requirements of the board before he's reinstated.
I would agree with that. Hey, one issue I may have with, and I would just draw the board's attention to it. So, regardless if we suspend or revoke, and so I would refer you to the notice of hearing and charges, page 5. So item number 2 says revocation of respondent's establishment license. It does not mention anything about his personal license, and I just bring that to your attention because if he has not been notified that was what was being proposed, that his personal license was also going to be asked to be revoked. I guess I just bring that to your attention.
Because we are bound by the notice of hearing and charges.
That's correct.
So we can't go beyond the notice of hearing and charges, I wouldn't think.
And so the notice of hearing and charges says nothing about his personal license. I mean, that may have been an omission, but nonetheless.
I'm glad you caught that.
President, just for clarification, in the establishment inspection report has a different establishment license number. And the director license number is different than the report as well.
What pages were you referring to?
I believe it was Exhibit 1, the funeral establishment license number here at 818.
Okay.
And then Virgil Parham.
Establishment license is 818, is that correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Establishment license is 818, is that correct? Off the death certificates on Exhibit 4?
Yeah, the 818 is the same on Exhibit 1 and all the death certificates on Exhibit 4. So it may be just his personal license.
Because his other ones is 3743 and 3747.
So in the disposition, it's calling his respondent's funeral director's license 3106. And on page 1 of Exhibit 1, his funeral director's license is shown as 3743.
Correct.
Establishment license.
Yeah, you're right, Mr. Bridges. Yeah, it's showing 3103 as establishment and disposition. And it's showing 818 on all the death certificates and also the field report. Clarification.
I
from-
think you can, if you're concerned about, you may be taking action against another party's license by the number, I think if you refer to the name of the respondent, it seems like that would alleviate any uncertainty. V.E. Parham and Sons Funeral Home. Virgil Parham III. They're
Just for discussion, as a funeral home director, and funeral home owner, I don't take lightly the charge of revoking someone's license. Looking at what the charges were to the state, they're basically clerical and bookkeeping. Lack of records could clear up a lot of this. It was widespread for the time in question. Glad the state changed, asking to be revoked for a period of 6 months versus taking the license indefinitely.
And I do think maybe we should look at using, since we're discussing this, we may want to talk about using the word suspend rather than revoke.
I agree.
I also think what might be helpful to Mr. Parham, if he could possibly seek the assistance of another licensed funeral director that could help him with paperwork and legal documents and so forth. You know, that would be possible.
I agree, Mr. Davis, and it doesn't have to be a funeral director, just someone that can assist him with some paperwork and getting it properly filled out.
And we can obviously get other thoughts on this as well, but my first thought would possibly be to suspend, not necessarily for a specific amount of time, but until, as you had mentioned earlier, basically until he is in good standing with the board again. So basically, more specifically, it would be suspended until all fines are paid and inspections are passed. Just throwing that out for discussion.
I like that idea.
And you're talking about funeral directors and establishment, is that correct?
So it would be for, we would just be suspending the establishment license, since that is the only one mentioned in the notice.
So V.E. Parham and Son Funeral Home, suspended until had all of his paperwork in order and passed all the inspections.
That's correct, until all fines and fees are paid and the inspection is passed. And so,
You want to put that into a motion?
yes, I'm just trying to think how to state it.
Okay.
So, question, you are replacing the word revoke with suspend.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
And for establishments, that's V.E. Parham and Son Funeral Home. Correct. Just because the number was wrong.
So, okay, so I will put that in the form of a motion. So I will make a motion that we suspend the respondent's establishment license and tell me the name of that establishment again.
V.E. Parham and Son Funeral Home.
V.E. Parham and Sons Funeral Home until all fines and fees are paid and until he passes an inspection by the Tennessee State Board of Funeral Directors and Embalmers.
I'll second that motion.
Motion by Mr. Cochran, second by Mr. Helms. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Policy statement. Make a motion to.
Second.
Oh,
Vote.
all in favor?
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Clarification, I just have one question. As far as the initiation of the inspection, do you want a certain procedure for Mr. Parham to initiate a request for the inspection, or do you simply want to have it worked out by the parties? How would you like that to be done?
Speak up, sir.
Once the fines are paid, the inspection could take place.
I think the question is, how will that process be initiated?
I think it'd be simple for Mr. Parham to contact the state board and proceed there.
We have to file a motion, we have to file something in front of the state licensing board, but if you want it to be simply between, simply Mr. Parham needs to make a written request to the department and say, yes, I'd like an inspection at this time, and have it done by a date certain or within a time certain, because we all know how it is dealing with certain people, and I'm not going to blame the state, but dealing with bureaucracy, sometimes it can take 6 months to get an inspection done. So that's the only point of clarification I would ask.
I would hope that wouldn't happen. So I would like to keep it simple.
either which way, either from the state to Mr. Parham or vice versa.
Would it be your recommendation that we get more specific about how that?
That's up to the board if you
Okay.
think that's necessary or not.
I would say, like you said, like once the civil penalty's paid, at that time, he would make contact with the board, with the funeral board, and they'd come out and do an inspection. I don't think it would take 6 months in order to get that process done.
We're just going to leave it maybe in Mr. Gribble's
That's
discretion.
correct.
Yeah.
Policy statement. Maybe something like this. It's the policy of the Tennessee Board of Funeral Directors and Embalmers to protect the public's safety, health, and welfare, and uphold the standards and morals of the current licensees and ethics of our profession.
I'm fine with that.
I'll put that as a motion.
Motion by Mr. Helms, a second by Mr.
I'll
Cochran.
second. Mhm.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Policy statement? I'll do the best I can. It's the policy of the Tennessee Board of Funeral Directors and Embalmers to protect the public's safety, health, and welfare, and uphold the standards and morals of the current licensees and ethics of our profession.
That was all the items that was needed to be contained in your order, so that concludes our hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Pope.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Now on to the minutes. Ask for approval for the September 13, 2016 board meeting minutes.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion Mr. Duffer, second Mr. Helms. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Now to the legal report. Allison Ratton.
First on the legal report are two complaints that are tied together with the two complaints that follow it. Just as an FYI, there's two corresponding complaints. But the first complaint is against an establishment. It's 2016-022-541, and against a funeral director, 2016-022-542. The complaint was filed by decedent's son, who states he received a call from funeral director that his father was put in the wrong clothes, wrong casket, and had been buried in someone else's grave in the wrong cemetery prior to decedent's scheduled funeral service. The complainant stated and later confirmed via sworn affidavit pursuant to the investigation requested by legal that the establishment offered to provide a closed casket funeral the day after the service was originally scheduled, but instead complainant's children went to the establishment and verified the body intended to be presented for decedent's funeral was not their grandfather. Complainant's son signed an affidavit for disinterment so decedent could be retrieved in time for his schedule. A funeral director refused to provide verification of the exhumation camera phone and submitted with the complaint. The exhumation was then scheduled for 7:30 a.m. the morning of decedent's scheduled funeral service. Complainant alleges the body was brought to the funeral approximately 15 minutes before the funeral service started and approximately 2 hours after the scheduled visitation. In a sworn affidavit provided pursuant to the investigation, the cemetery sexton where the decedent was first buried stated that he was present for that graveside service. The casket was placed into a vault, lowered into the grave, and the gravedigger filled the grave. The cemetery sexton advised later that evening he was called by funeral director and told the decedent was in the wrong casket, so he met funeral director and a representative of the vault company the next morning. The cemetery sexton stated the vault was brought up, the top removed, the casket placed in the establishment's van. The funeral director verbally told the investigator that the vault was cracked, and he decided to come back the next morning to replace the vault. The investigator asked if the funeral director left the cemetery with the body, which he replied, no, there would not have been a reason to leave. The funeral director stated the new vault was placed in the ground, the casket was placed inside, and it was covered. The investigator called the vault company, and the manager's statement via sworn affidavit conveyed the vault provided was undamaged, not cracked, had no known defects, and that when it was brought up from the ground it was undamaged. He also stated the establishment put the casket in the establishment van and left the property. The manager further stated that if the product had been cracked, he would have done a warranty exchange and would have not charged the funeral director, but the vault provided was not cracked. In his response, funeral director alleges that he misplaced decedent's clothes, but he provided complainant a full refund and stated that decedent was properly dressed in time for his funeral. Complainant's attorney confirmed a full refund had been given. We recommend a consent order for the establishment, a $2,500 civil penalty, assess the cost of the investigation, and an authorization for a hearing. And for the funeral director, we recommend license revocation and authorization for a hearing, keeping in mind that these complaints correspond to the two that will follow.
Would it be appropriate for us to listen to the other two complaints before we make a ruling?
Yes, that would be great. Those next two complaints, complaint 2016037-611 is against the establishment, the same establishment, and complaint number 2016037-612 is against the funeral director. Based on the affidavit for disinterment submitted by the complainant for the prior case, the establishment buried that complainant's father in this complainant's husband's grave, then exhumed him, presented him for his correct funeral service, and then buried him in the correct grave at a different cemetery in another city. In this case, the establishment did not contact the complainant at any time to let her know of the error. Upon exhuming the decedent from the prior complaint, funeral director took the casketed body back to the establishment for what the cemetery sexton believed was to switch caskets. And trying to determine the facts of the prior complaint, the legal staff contacted the complainant to determine what she knew. At the time of the phone call, she was completely unaware of the error. The complainant was clearly distraught and wept while legal spoke with her on the phone. She acknowledged that decedent had on the proper clothes and was in the proper casket. The complainant sent the establishment a demand letter for full reimbursement for the funeral costs on June 16, 2016. According to the complainant's sworn affidavit she submitted per the investigation, complainant stated that in viewing her husband at his visitation, which was open casket, she thought the man in the casket was her husband, but it did not look like him, which she thought was due to the makeup, the embalming process, and the injuries he obtained prior to death, where he fell and bruised his face and teeth. Complainant's daughter told her that she did not think the man in the open casket was complainant's husband, and even asked funeral director about it, who told her the makeup and length of time accounted for the difference in appearance. The funeral director assured the daughter the person in the casket was complainant's husband. Complainant's sister-in-law also commented to her that the body in the casket did not look like decedent. Legal called complainant on August 2nd to follow up on the reimbursement letter, and complainant stated she had not heard anything from the funeral director or the establishment. Complainant again told legal of the heartaches that still follow of not knowing whether her husband was buried in his proper casket or clothes, because she was never informed of anything and never received a funeral service for her husband, as the wrong person was presented by the establishment in her husband's place at her husband's funeral. A response was not submitted timely for this complaint, as the funeral boards require any licensee, upon receiving notice that the complaint has been opened, shall respond within the time specified in the notice. Yet the board sent This respondent on July 6 noticed that the establishment license had a complaint with 14 days to respond, but did not get a response within that time. The board also on July 27th advised him the funeral director's personal license was added to the complaint and requested a response by August 5th. No response was received within that time. On August 18th, the investigator met with the funeral director and requested a response by August 23rd. On August 23rd, the funeral director said he'd try to get a response by September 7th. On September 7th, he said he would try to get it by September 9th. Later on September 7th, he said he'd try to get it by September 12th. Then on September 8th, the attorney said he wouldn't have the files due to a medical emergency. On September 16th, the investigator called the funeral director and said he needed the statements no later than September 19th. I personally spoke with the funeral director on September 23rd and told him I needed the affidavit and any sort of information in a few weeks' time so that I could review it in a timely manner for the October 11th board meeting. He promised he would have the information by September 29th. No response was received by that time. After business hours last night, the funeral director's office emailed 5 messages to me. If the information contained therein changes the recommendation, I will update the board at the next meeting. However, at this time, we recommend a consent order for a $2,750 civil penalty, the investigation costs, and authorization for a hearing, and we recommend revoking the funeral director license and an authorization for a hearing.
Out of curiosity, I see that there's no history, but is it proper to ask, is that a long history? So, I mean, basically, is this an established...
It's an establishment that's been in business for quite a while.
Yeah.
Whenever we put the history in, we only go back 5 years.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Within the last 5.
Will we combine these 2 complaints into one?
Each family submitted a separate complaint. That's why they were originally broken up.
Okay.
But the investigator spoke with both families and combined them in his investigation report.
We asked for a motion on 1 and 2 then.
Yes, and the way the investigation costs will work, since there was one investigation done, that cost will be split between 1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
So the funeral director could actually have, or the establishment will have civil penalties on 2 different complaints. Okay.
Make a motion that we accept number 1.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Rom, second Mr. Helms. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Now that the second complaint.
Accept the second complaint as well.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Rom, second by Mr. Duffer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Now to number 5.
This complaint is against an establishment. The complaint is number 2016050951. This complaint was filed by a consumer who alleges his father's headstone was damaged and covered in dirt because the establishment conducted another burial too close to it. Complaint also states the establishment does not have a burial log. In its response, the establishment states it met with complainant at the cemetery where complainant's father is buried, that there was some dirt from the subsequent burial close to the father's grave, and the dirt was moved the next day. The establishment also states it spoke with complainant and complainant was satisfied. Finally, the establishment does not have a master map as it is a funeral establishment, not a cemetery, so those master map requirements do not apply to it. Our recommendation is to close with the letter of instruction.
Motion to accept.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Helms, second by Mr. Davis. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Complaint 2016-03-711 is against an establishment. The complaint was filed by a consumer, decedent's wife, who sent 2 of her family members to the establishment to make funeral arrangements for her husband. Complainant alleges the establishment received her husband's body, then was notified of a delay in policy coverages, after which the establishment refused to release the body and would not let the family members leave the property until the establishment was paid, but the family found an alternate funeral home that honored the policy and moved the body. In its response, the establishment denied the allegations that it refused to release complainant's husband's body until payment was rendered. It stated complainant authorized the establishment to remove and transport the body from Georgia to Tennessee and began making arrangements with complainant's family members as complainant was out of state. The establishment determined the insurance policy produced by the family would likely not be paid out due to the circumstances of death as were relayed to the establishment by Georgia authorities. The establishment's assistant manager / funeral director stated that he relayed that information to complainant, and complainant did not make a decision as how to proceed. In the meantime, the family called a funeral director from another funeral home who agreed to meet them at the establishment, which the establishment permitted to occur on its premises as an accommodation. The establishment's funeral director left the family alone for over an hour to wait for the alternate funeral director. Once that alternate funeral director arrived, the establishment manager funeral director met with the family and the alternate funeral director and advised them it wanted someone to sign the statement of funeral goods and services selected so it could recoup over $1,400 for the out-of-state mortuary charges and airfare. The alternate funeral director reviewed the statement and signed it. The signed statement was produced with the establishment's response. We recommend closing with a letter of instruction.
To accept.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Cochran, a second, Mr. Helms. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Complaint 2016-03-964 is against an establishment. The complaint was filed by a consumer pertaining to the funeral arrangements that were made for his mother. He alleges the establishment printed the program, ran the obituary in the newspaper, embalmed the body, and set the visitation in service, yet never called to discuss arrangements with them until the day of his mother's funeral services. Complainant states the funeral director told him no one could view the body without his approval and services could not go on as planned until he signed a contract that day, but was never given a contract of the charges and was made to sign a blank sheet of paper. Complainant states the funeral director told him he was a beneficiary for the life insurance policy but did not show the policy to him. Complainant alleges the funeral director also asked him the day of the funeral for a $500 check to pay for grave fees at the cemetery as a down payment in order for the grave to be dug. Finally, complainant states decedent's husband is senile and can't read or write, and his granddaughter does not have a valid power of attorney. In its response, the funeral director stated she personally picked up decedent and the establishment had no obligation to communicate with complainant, a surviving child of the deceased, as it communicated with decedent's surviving spouse and granddaughter who had a power of attorney for both decedent and decedent's surviving spouse. The funeral director asserts complainant did not sign a contract as there is no reason for him to sign a contract. Included in the response is a statement of funeral goods and services selected, which was signed by and billed to decedent's surviving spouse. The funeral director states that all conversations about expense authorizations were made between the establishment and the surviving spouse and or the power of attorney for decedent's surviving spouse. The funeral director included a transaction history from the cemetery that shows the sale amount was paid in full by the granddaughter power of attorney. In support of the funeral home, the granddaughter submitted a letter which is signed and notarized by her, decedent's husband, and 2 daughters. The letter states the granddaughter assisted the grandmother with her financial affairs, and the grandmother did not trust the complainant with financial matters. Complainant responded to the response, asserting the funeral home was obligated to speak with him because his name was on the insurance policies as a beneficiary, and expressing his belief that he had authority to act on his mother's estate as her only son and beneficiary. We recommend closing this case.
So moved.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Helms, a second, Mr. Cochran. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Complaint 2016-04-9211 is against the funeral director. 2016-04-9212 is against an embalmer. the funeral director and embalmer are one and the same. 2016049213 is against an establishment. The complaint was filed by a consumer who alleges decedent's family came to the funeral establishment where he works unexpectedly, as the family was very concerned that the funeral director and embalmer for the establishment that picked up the decedent was out of town. Complainant alleges the funeral director and embalmer called the family while they were meeting with him and they put her on speakerphone. Complainant states he was sad and embarrassed and disappointed by the hostile way the funeral director and embalmer talked to a family member, did not give the family member a chance to speak, and stated that had she known the body was going to be moved to a different funeral home, she would not have left vacation to come assist the family. Further, when the family went to pick up the body, funeral director and embalmer's employee allegedly told them that if they did not pay him, they could not take the body, and since the family didn't bring money, he refused to release the body and only released the body after calling and speaking with the funeral director and embalmer. In their response, the funeral director and embalmer states the decedent passed away on August 16th. The same day, the decedent's mother requested that the establishment retrieve the body and handle funeral arrangements. So the establishment picked up the body and transported it to the establishment. The next day, the family went to the establishment to make arrangements and called funeral director and embalmer on her cell phone, who told the decedent's sister that she was en route from vacation and could meet them in about 4 hours, and the family did not indicate there was a problem with that timeline. However, not 2 hours later, complainant called the establishment to make arrangements to transport decedent to the funeral establishment where he worked. Funeral director and embalmer's employees called and advised her of the same, to which she told him she was owed $150 for transport of remains. When funeral director and embalmer reached decedent's sister by phone, she states that she asked what she did wrong, that they discussed she was on her way home from vacation, but she told her that she would meet her, and that if she had known the family was switching funeral homes, she would have stayed on vacation with their mom. Funeral director and embalmer states her tone was shocked, not angry. Funeral director and embalmer states she advised her employee that the family owed $150 for transport. The alternate funeral establishment arrived to pick up the body without payment, so the establishment employee called funeral director and embalmer to tell her, and she called decedent's sister to ask who was going to pay for services, but the sister hung up on her. Funeral director and embalmer asserts her employee asked for money because he was instructed by her to do so, but was not aware he gave the impression he would not release the body without money, as she was not present for that conversation. She acknowledges her employee's conduct was out of order and that he will take a sensitivity training course. She has yet to receive any payment for the transport as of August 31st. We recommend for the funeral director and embalmer a letter of warning, and for the establishment a consent order with a $500 civil penalty and an authorization for a hearing.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Rom, second, Mr. Bridges. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. It was
It's against the funeral director. 2016045502. It's against that same funeral director's embalmer's license. This complaint was filed by the board upon learning that charges were filed that funeral director and embalmer violated his probation because domestic assault charges were filed against him, which is a violation of probation, and alcohol was involved, which is also a violation of probation. Funeral director and embalmer was on probation for a 2013 conviction of reckless aggravated assault, which is a Class D felony under Tennessee Code annotated 39-13-102A2. The assistant district attorney confirmed the violations of probation and the prior conviction with legal staff. In his response, the funeral director and embalmer provided further explanation of the accident, which led to his arrest for the felony. According to his response, he was convicted on December 12, 2013 for reckless aggravated assault for the car accident he caused on April 12, 2012, which he appealed but was upheld on appeal. Respondent states he was initially charged with DUI but was acquitted of that charge. Respondent's attorney reported the initial conviction and the appeal result, but did not provide written notice of the conviction. The written notice of the conviction, once received by the board, prompted the opening of this complaint. Our recommendation is a license suspension for the funeral director license and license suspension for the embalmer license for 90 days and authorization for a hearing.
last one. Did you get take Bridges off, put Duffer on?
I did.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
I
you.
did. Mr. Duffer seconded the motion,
Okay,
correct?
that's
Yes.
correct. I just want to make sure that was corrected. Thank you.
Recommendation customary for something like this? Have we come across something like this before?
This is a little bit unique in itself. One is, as Ms. Ratton said, the funeral director and embalmer's attorney verbally reported, there's a rule that requires to report a conviction of felony to the board. He would verbally call and we would ask it for him in writing, and he did not do that until it came time to renew the license. We wouldn't renew the license until he provided the written document.
The only way we found out was from his attorney who notified the board.
Initially.
Yeah.
He did comply with the verbal, and they had on appeal, as Ms. Ratton said. So it's a little bit unique, but, it appears to be a good way to handle it to me.
Make that motion as written.
Motion, Mr. Helms, and second, Mr. Rom. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Complaint 2016-045481 against the funeral director. Complaint 2016-045482 is against that funeral director's embalmer's license. This complaint was filed by a consumer who alleges funeral director embalmer embalmed while his license was suspended and would stack bodies while transporting them to a secret location. An additional related complaint was filed by a consumer who stated his family was interested in funeral services in July of 2016, but because of what the first complainant stated about unlicensed activity, did not pursue services. The complaints did not provide specific dates, photographs, or any additional information to substantiate their claims. In his response, funeral director embalmer adamantly denied the claims. Respondent's license is currently active, and he stated any embalming performed by him is done in a licensed facility. Respondent has filed an order of protection against complainant and the co-complainant, who are arrested and being investigated for assault against respondent, an incident which apparently occurred prior to the filing of these complaints. Our recommendation is to close both of these complaints.
Motion to accept.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Duffer, second, Mr. Cochran. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Finally, today we've got complaint 2016-052-811 against an establishment. This complaint was filed by a consumer who alleges the hospital released her husband's body to the establishment without her permission, and as a result, she incurred fees she would not have incurred. Complainant states that when she called the hospital to make arrangements, the hospital told her they released the body to the establishment per instructions from family members. Complainant then called establishment, who told her the hospital had called and told them to pick up decedent's body, so they did. Complainant asserts the co-owner of the establishment told her the New York funeral home would be responsible for paying for the flight, and the body would not be released unless complainant signed a contract to pay the establishment for the services they performed up to that point. Complainant states the establishment refused to cover the cost of the airfare, so it ended up being an out-of-pocket expense for her. In its response, the establishment states the hospital called and told them about the death and that the family is requesting its services. In the hospital's notification of death form that respondent provided in its response, the establishment is listed as the funeral home that had been contacted to dispose of the body. The form does not provide a space to list which person authorized removal of the body. The establishment charged complainant for death certificates and removal of the body, which amounted to approximately $1,200 on the statement of funeral goods and services selected, which complainant signed. The establishment denies threatening her to sign the contract and instead stated it would incur the costs until complainant got her insurance money and can pay them. The establishment contacted the receiving funeral home in New York, who refused to collect payment on delivery and was requiring complainant to pay for shipping. Complainant was advised of the COD refusal and became upset, but establishment never discussed covering the cost of out-of-state transport with her. Our recommendation is to close this case.
Motion to accept.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Cochran, and second, Mr. Helms. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Got it. I didn't hear him.
Exactly in stereo.
Thank you, Ms. Ratton. Now to the director's report, Mr. Robert Gribble.
Thank you, Mr. President. First item is a performance audit update. As I mentioned to you at the last board meeting in September, the Tennessee Comptroller of the Treasury Division of State Audit is in the process of conducting a performance audit and compliance audit for the Board of Funeral Directors and Embalmers and other regulatory boards within the Department of Commerce and Insurance. Since the last board meeting on September 13, 2016, I have responded to the auditor's questions that were sent via emails and had a telephone conversation with one of the auditors. And we'll be glad to keep the board updated as the audit progresses. I'm sure there'll be other things. Have a board meeting, so we just want to keep you up to date on that. The legislative update for October 11 board meeting. The board office has been informed of at least one potential bill that may be introduced during the next legislative session that addresses circumstances where a funeral establishment is initially selected, but the authorizing agent later decides to move the decedent to a subsequent funeral establishment. Reportedly, the bill will require the initial funeral establishment to release the remains to the funeral home selected by the authorizing agent, but either the subsequent funeral establishment or the authorizing agent shall be responsible for the charges provided by the initial funeral firm, and the initial firm shall be paid at the time of release of the decedent to the subsequent funeral establishment. It's a situation just where they want to make it crystal clear as to what must happen. And of course, we have been furnished a draft of the bill to review and for legal to review and our legislative liaison to look at. Nothing is concrete, and obviously when we get in, it gets time for the legislative session, any bills are introduced, we'll make you aware of those. But I did want you to put this on your radar so that you can be looking at it, thinking about it, and basically it requires the first funeral home to be paid before they release the body. But it also requires the first funeral home to release the remains once they've been paid. By the way,
do we know who's initiating this bill?
It's coming from, my understanding is coming from one of the legislators. I wanted to make that clear. This is not a department bill because the department doesn't have any bills that are related to the funeral board. So it's my understanding it's coming at a constituent's request to a legislator.
Senator Lee Harris out of Memphis is the one initiating it.
Licensee report is a report of license administratively approved by the executive director pursuant to the board authority for the period of September 13, 2016 through October 10 of 2016. A listing of the establishments and individuals and what type of license or what type of actions there. Closed establishment report. There's only one establishment reported closing since the last board meeting. That's Hardwick and Sons Incorporated, 765 East M.L. King Boulevard in Chattanooga. Disciplinary action report. This is a report of consent orders administratively accepted or approved by the executive director pursuant to board authority for the period of September 1, 2016 through September 30, 2016, and you have a list of those. And the last one, where it says a failure to comply with those statutes, that means they either fail to comply with the student repayment of student loans or child support. In this situation, it was a student loan. He was out of compliance with it. Time you see those, and that's an automatic suspension of their license. There's no, and they're automatically reinstated once they settle with the agency. But when they call us and want us to reinstate them, we're required to get a clearance letter. The agency that sends us a notice to suspend them also has to send us a notice saying they're in good standing again with their payments before we can reinstate them. Sometimes the licensees get upset with us because we don't immediately reinstate it, but we can't reinstate it until we get the written notification. And lastly, the complaint report. As of yesterday, there were a total of 27 complaints, 6 against either funeral director and embalmers and 17 against establishments. Mr. President, that concludes my report today.
Ask for approval.
Motion to accept.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Helms, second by Mr. Davis. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Approval of licensees for application.
Mr. President, there are no individuals nor establishments to appear before you today.
Business. No new business. Ask for an adjournment.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Parham, a second by Mr. Duffer.